Hi, good morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street TV on this lovely frosty Sunday morning. It's very, very frosty outside, which means it's a good day to be in. So let me tell you what we have got as our early bird offer to start the day off, and this is absolutely fantastic. So even if you've already got one of these, this is actually a good one to have if you go on workshops and courses. We're calling this a beginner's set, only because it comes in, the 3 pieces come in the set. That's the only reason it's beginners. Perfectly good for professional quilters, etc. as well. So what have we got? We have a cutting mat, and I love the fact it's a pink one. So it's a really lovely cutting mat, which is, I'm guessing it must be 17 inches wide because it's got 16 marked on there and the 17th there. I got to move it that way. Lovely, so it's better in shot. So this is really lovely. So it's got a grid, it's marked in inches because most quilters still work in imperial measurements. As well as having the inches, you've also got the bias lines as well if you need to cut on the bias, and you've got the different angles. So that's really handy. And it comes with an acrylic ruler. And it's all Crafter's Dream, that's the name, isn't that a lovely name? Crafter's Dream, which is the name of this set. So it's really nice. So again, marked in inches. So for beginners, the idea of this is what you're going to do is you line up your markings on your ruler with the lines on the mat so that you get lovely straight lines. And again, you've got the diagonals on here as well. And you can't just use a regular ruler, you do need to use a proper quilter's ruler, an acrylic ruler, because if you use a regular ruler, what will happen is that when you cut it with your rotary cutter, you'll cut the plastic. So that's why you need a proper ruler. This one also has a little hole at the top, which is a hanging loop, because some people like to hang their rulers on the wall, which is quite handy. So just pop a nail in the wall and hang it. And this is your rotary cutter. So you use all of these 3 things together. So the rotary cutter has the safety guard. So you can see here, I can't cut my finger on this very sharp rotary blade, but in order to put the blade out, I've now put the blade out and it's in place and ready to cut. Now, what I would advise you do, I haven't got any fabric, so I'm just going to do it as if I have fabric here. But what will you do when you're cutting, and again, forgive me for all those quilters that know how to do this and have no problem, but for those that are new, what you do is you have your fabric on here. Actually, I'm going to grab a piece. I won't cut it, but I'll grab it just to show. I won't cut it because this is another thing we're selling today, so I don't want to ruin it by cutting into it at the moment, but I'm going to just pretend. So you're going to line it all up to get your straight line. And the best thing to do is to put the ruler on the bit you want to keep, so that if you go a little bit wrong, you're going to go a little bit wrong on the bit you're not going to keep. You line up the edge of the fabric with one of the lines on the mat. You line up the ruler, the lines on the ruler, so you know that that's a straight line, and then you can cut. And when you cut, I'm just going to go right to the very, very end here. Hand splayed firmly on the fabric and on the ruler, and then I actually have the cutter slightly angled. Now I'm going to take my hand off this so you can see that. So I'm angling it in very slightly so the blade is angled in towards the I've just been told 45-degree angles. I'm not sure it's 45 degrees, it's an angle. And so I'm just angling it in towards the ruler so that it's not going to go off, because if I have it straight, which is great, but what can happen is you can go like that by mistake. So if you just slightly angle it in, it helps keep it crisply there. Now notice the blade is out. That blade is now dangerous. That blade can cut. As soon as I've finished with it, I'm going to just close the safety lever. The blade is now safe. Do get into the habit of doing that, because those of us that use these again and again and again, we do get into the habit of accidentally leaving that out like that. Not so bad when I'm working here on my own. I've put it over there, it's out of the way. But if there's anybody else in, or if I were to pick it up quickly, children or anything like that, that's dangerous. Get into the habit of putting that blade, that safety thing back in. So, what do you think? I mean, I can't believe this. I'd only just found about the price. This price is $19.99 for all 3 pieces. So that really is a fabulous starter kit. It's a fabulous kit if you want to buy it as a gift for somebody who's new to sewing or quilting. You can use it for all different things. Oh, we've got a price comparison here, $34.99 for a similar kit. So that is probably the more realistic price, but this is our early bird price, and our early bird price is $19.99. So this is what we get. All 3 pieces. So even if you have this already, because I mean I have mats at home, I've got different sizes. What I have is bigger ones, but these are perfect for taking on classes and courses. So you've got the set to take. Really useful. And of course you can change this blade. So that's another thing to do. Once you've used it again and again and again and the blade's starting to get blunt, you can unscrew it on the back here, take that blade off, dispose of it very carefully and pop a new blade on. And it works again. You can have new rulers, you can have, I mean, again, you can get bigger rulers, you can get thinner rulers, you can get shaped ones. This is a really lovely standard size one. Again, it's a 12-inch by 6-inch, so it works very well, and you can take it to workshops in a bag, or if you don't have a dedicated sewing space at home and you have to put your kit away, again, this is a really nice size because it's not too big to be stored. I would recommend that you store the mats flat. But the other thing I would say about this particular mat, because again, I've got different types myself, this is quite thick. I can't tell you exactly how thick, but I would say at least 3 mil thick. So it's quite solid and sturdy, which means it won't ripple and bend as much as some of the thinner ones can, which is fine, except for they're hard to store flat when they're thinner. And then when you're cutting on a mat that's got ripples in it, you have got the risk of the rotary cutter going wavy too. And the other thing I would tell you as well, when you're cutting, please always make sure that you're cutting, so I've got the blade away here so I can do this, away from you. Please do not be tempted to go like this, because I did, see? So I was in a class I was teaching, and one of my students was struggling to cut out because her rotary cutter was quite blunt. And I went over to help her quickly, cut a piece like that, turned it round like that, and what I did is I cut over my finger. Now, fortunately, 2 things. I was quick, and I didn't bleed on her fabric, so that's number 1 important. But I was also wearing shellac nail varnish, so because it's quite thick and sturdy, although it cut through my nail, it didn't actually cut to the bone, but I did have to go and have stitches. So please learn by my mistake. Always go like this, away from you, never sideways. So we've been really busy already for this. We are finding that we are selling out quite quickly, so please do to open your order early. And don't forget, when you buy the early bird, and you pay, because you pay post and packing, but that post and packing is for the whole day. So if later on in the day you think, oh, I like the Delphine needle felting kits or the fabric bundles I'm about to come and show you, you can add those later. You can have got your basket finished out and paid, come back later and buy something else. You don't pay the postage again on the same day. So that postage is the once and once only. So we're going to have a look at the menu now, but don't forget, if you're interested in this, pop it in your basket and get it before it's gone. Okay, let's look at the menu. So I'm going to take my glasses with me, so I'm moving over to the other table to have a look. We are going to look at Spectrastatic, a fabulous pack of fabrics. That's the rest of the show this morning. At 9 o'clock we have Confetti Quilting with Delphine Brooks. Now, confetti quilting is something that I've heard of but hadn't really seen close up before. I can tell you it's amazing, easy to do, and she's going to do the demonstration to show us how to do it. And we have got some kits for you to have a go with this technique. Really fabulous, fabulous work. And she's told me she's going to get one of them done in a demo. I mean, that's how amazing it is. So we have that coming up at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we have bag bag making must-haves. That was quite a mouthful to get out. So bag making supplies. We have some pleathers, some hardware. So we have the handles if you wanted to do metal frame bags. We have some canvases. This is really fabulous stuff, actually. It's bag making is another one of my favourite things to do. And then at 11 o'clock, we are back with Delphine doing needle felting. This is needle felting by hand. We've got some brand new, I say we, she has got some brand new designs, really. And again, I've looked at them and I, you know, because I like needle felting. I like needle felting with the machine, which we were doing yesterday, I believe. But these are hand needle felted. And can you see these designs? Look at these designs. They are amazing. And not only will she show you how to do those, of course, because she does these lovely demos, but you can buy that kit and you can recreate your very own version, which will be really great. And then we're going to finish at 12 o'clock doing a whole session on overlockers. Now these are Elna. We haven't got the felting machine now because I believe they've sold out. So unfortunately we haven't got the sold, but we have two Elna overlockers for you. One is the air thread overlocker, a dream, absolutely a dream. And the other one is the 6640, did you say? 6640 Pro, which is not as expensive as the air threader, really good, great machine, great overlocker. And we're going to have a look at both of them. Now you can pre-order, so you can see all of this on the website. It's all there to see. So you can pre-order if you want to make sure you get them, because any machine that we sell sells out very fast at the moment, because you probably are aware that any sort of sewing machines, overlockers, etc. are so hard to get from retailers at the moment. So when we have them, they sell. So do have a look at those. Okay. Let's start with this mega bundle of fabric. So look what we have here. We have 9.5 meters. So there are in half-meter pieces, and the bundle, and we only have a very few bundles, but the bundle is all of them. So you get all of these. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 half meters. I should have been able to work that out from 9.5 meters is, but it is Sunday morning. So this is what we have, and they're all lovely colour coordinated. So let's pick one of them. I just want to open it out to show you that the reason it's called, you're going to have to show me that name again. This Spectrastatic is because it has got this sort of, it's almost like painterly effect on it. So if you can see, it's like somebody's got a paintbrush and sort of gone pst, 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 all over it. So it's really got this sort of random little pattern on it. It's yeah, you could call it shabby chic. Kat's just said that. I'm not sure of the colour. I've got the colour is showing it as much. It's sort of like a deep lemon. It's a deep lemon colour, this one. So it's really lovely. It feels gorgeous. Now this whole mega bundle, it's very limited, really very limited. So if you fancy this, and the good thing about getting a bundle like this is when you just need a bit, if you're going to mix and match fabrics and you're going to make bag making or anything like cushion backs, there's all sorts of reasons that you just want a half metre of fabric. Having a collection like this, which has got all these different colourways, means you've got the fabric there when you need it. So look at this. These are really beautiful colours. Obviously I'm going to go for the brights. But again, you can see that it's a lovely quality fabric. I'm just seeing if it's Andover fabric. So another one that's beautiful. Look at that. Look at the colour of that. Sort of real fuchsia. It's really beautiful. So that would make such a fabulous lining. It would make a great cushion back. You could do whatever it is. So basically, by buying the mega bundle, if you're lucky enough to get it, as I say, it's very limited, you're basically getting this extra half metre free, because as well as the mega bundle, you can buy all of these individually. So I'm going to, what colour? So let's go for this one. just because. So yes, all of these can be bought individually. Now, you buy them by the half metre, but if you wanted to buy, so if you wanted to make a garment or something, look at the colour of that blue. You can buy multiples of the half metre and they will come as the big piece. So if you wanted to buy 4 half metres, i.e. 2 metres, then you buy 4 half metres and you get a 2 metre piece. So you can buy more. What is the price of these? So they're $5.99 for a half metre. So it's a really good price. There is, do you know, there is like a little bit of stretch in there. I'm not sure what the composition is, because that's a little bit of stretch. It is cotton, but it feels gorgeous. It does really feel lovely. So yes, that looks like the paint splatter. It is painterly, I think. But oh yeah, Kate's just says it's like a night sky. It is, isn't it? But look at this one's more like a night sky. That looks like stars, doesn't it, in the distance? So these are really good. I mean, and the colourways, because if you buy the whole mega bundle, you've got all of these colours. You've got something for all different things. If you're making, I hate to be gender specific, but if you're making something for a little boy, you know, you could make like a lovely drawstring bag out of this for when he goes over for sleepovers. So this would be a great colour. But, you know, other lighter colours. So I mustn't be gender specific, must I? We're not allowed to do that anymore. So they can have whatever colour they like. My son Jake, when he was 2, he had a pushchair and he had a baby Jake. And he used to push his little pushchair up to the local village. He's going to hate me for saying this. He used to push the little pushchair up to the local village and people used to stop and say, "Oh, isn't she cute?" And I'd say, "No, it's a he." And yes, he is cute. He wouldn't push a pushchair now. I hope not anyway, because he's 26 and he's not ready for children. So these are the individual pieces here. So you can get them all individually and they're all on the website, or you can buy the mega bundle and get the whole lot, which effectively means you're getting half a metre for free. So which one? Let me go. Oh yes, so I've done that yellow. This is another yellow. This is a sunshine yellow. Again, it's always this half metre, look. Ooh, this is bicycle. I don't know. So I have to laugh because I'm being sung to in my ear now. So again, this is it's a beautiful colour, and I'm not sure because the monitor I'm looking at, it won't necessarily show the colour, and I'm not sure what you see. But this is like a very deep lemon. It's beautiful, banana yellow, I would call this. It's a very deep yellow. It's beautiful. And I can see that for all sorts of additional accents. So I'm into applique as well at the moment. So if you were doing applique, you've got all these lovely colours that you can use to create appliques. So they're really, really pretty. So we're going to look at this one. So this is a soft sort of coral, a coral pink. So again, you can see most of them seem to have sort of black splattering, but just a few of the darker ones have it in white, obviously to make it show better. But this is like a coral pink, so this is very pretty. This is actually kind of one of those fabric colours that suits most women. It lightens your skin tone and it's just really attractive. So if you wanted to buy 2 or 3 maybe of these, you could make a top. This would be quite nice as a little cotton top. It's a lovely cotton, so you could definitely do dressmaking with it as well. So that's that one there. Let's have a look at some of the other ones. I'm dipping in and out of the colours. I should stay with the colour range really, shouldn't I? I've looked at the pink. This is similar. This is more similar to the dark blue, but this is a dark purple. This is called raisin. Okay. Or grape. I see grape, which is then leading me to wine. No. This one has got the white flecks on it, and it just has that. You can really see. You can lie on your back and look at the night sky, and you can see this, can't you? It's beautiful. But this is a raisin or deep purple colour, Again, really, really pretty colour. Fabulous feel to it. It really does feel, it feels very soft, this fabric. I do have to say though, if you are using it for dressmaking or indeed quilt making, I would recommend washing before sewing. That's basically good advice. Regardless of what the fabric is, you should really wash before sew. Again, I'll share an experience. So I made this beautiful dress out of patchwork fabric. It's lovely and really good quality fabric. Made the dress, fitted beautifully, fitted dress, halter neck, washed it after I worn it and it didn't fit. Now I thought, oh my God, I've put on weight and it's not fitting anymore. And then I realised, no, hold on, other dresses I made at the same time still fit. So it's not me, it's the fact I hadn't washed the fabric before I sewed it. So please learn by my mistake, wash your fabrics first. So let's look at the white one. So this is nice. This is more like an eggshell white. It's not brilliant white, it's a softer white. So again, that's actually more of a flattering white. But that would look lovely. It would look lovely as a lining or as the outer for something, or the back of a cushion. You could do anything. But this has got the black splodges all over. Again, that lovely soft feel. What colour do we call this one? Oh, this one's Mimograph. So somebody must have great fun working out what to call these things. To this one here, so I looked at the coral before, but this is a lighter, soft. So this is just peach, with no fancy name for this one. But this is a very soft peach. Again, it is a ½ metre. I'm just struggling to open it up here. That's it, there. So you're getting ½ metre. It is a good size. I think it's 90 centimetres wide or 36 inches wide, and ½ metre of it. So it's a nice size piece. As I say, it's plenty for a large tote, cushions. Obviously, you can use it for bits for your quilting. You could use it for borders, bindings. You could use it for sashing. You could use it for particular patches if you were doing all sorts of quilting techniques. So that's that one. And let's go for this. Another one of the oranges. You've got 3 kind of oranges. And this one, again, this is a sort of soft orange. So this is really pretty as well. What fancy name have we got for this? Oh, this is also, it's also called peach. But do they have, there's a little number on here. Is this a number that people need to look for? So this is a sort of darker peach, this one. So this is, I don't know if this number means anything, but if it does, this is FRWU 59. So if you're looking at buying just individual pieces, the darker peach is that one. But obviously, I don't know how many bundles we've got left, but the bundle is a really great idea because you get all of them. So that's that bundle. We've looked at all of those colours. Let's look at the yellows again. So this is, it's kind of like a limey colour. So, chartreuse. This is, I'd call it a kind of a lime colour. It's really pretty. So it's sort of yellow, but with a bit of green in it. So lovely, lovely colour there. So again, a really nice piece. And don't forget, as I say, you can buy them as ½ metre pieces, or you can buy multiples and therefore you'll get the bigger piece. So that's that one. We've looked at the yellow. Now this one I would call mustard, but what fancy name we have for this one? Let's have a look. So if we look at that, that is again, it's, yeah, what are we calling this one? I'd say mustard, but I'm not sure what the colour name for it is. So this again is that's lovely, lovely fabric, and it's got, I don't know whether it has got any stretch in it, but it feels like it has. It's just got that little bit, maybe it's because it's such a beautiful soft fabric, it makes it feel like that, but it is really lovely. This one is called mustard. See, I could have named this one. So this is a mustard, so that is a lovely colour. It's a mixture between English mustard and Dijon. So that's a really lovely colour. And then we have this one. Did we look at this one already? I can't remember. This one is KYWU93. So this is another one of the yellows. So on the bundle here, you're sort of basically having kind of 3 of colourway. It's another chartreuse. So if you prefer this slightly darker one here, it's KYWU93. So again, it's got the flecks, and the flecks are in the black. So that's really nice. I hope you're impressed with the fact that I'm folding these back up neatly each time, because I'm quite anal about that sort of thing. I like it to be neat. And here we have, so this is a sort of terracotta colour. Again, I don't know what the official name is. We'll have a look in a second. We look at that one. So now, because it's a darker colour, the flecks are the white. So you've got the white flecks on this. So the code for this one is LFWU27. So that's, and I'd call that terracotta. What have they called it? What have we called this one? Oh, they've called it terracotta, see? The spots are white, but they do have a silvery look to them because of the colour background. Just white spots, like the black are just black. And then we have this one. So this is, now, what would you call this? This is like a sort of chocolate brown. Not sure what they're going to call this. No, mocha's lighter, isn't it? So this is like a chocolate brown colour. So this is really nice too. And again, you've got the white flecks on it. And the flecks are just random. So this is OBWU74. So you can see it's a sort of rich chocolatey colour. What have we called this one? See, milk chocolate. I'm getting there. Now, I hadn't seen these names before, so, you know, I'm naming whoever named these. We're on the same wavelength, obviously. This is nice. I like this. This is it looks like you have got, oh, you could just imagine this could like be mint pieces in it. Can you imagine milk chocolate with mint? That would be really nice. Oh, that's really fabulous. So that's that middle section. So again, don't forget, if you buy the whole bundle, you get the whole lot. Otherwise, you can just buy them individually. So the first one on the top here is a soft grey, sort of duck egg grey, I would think. They've called it perfect grey. That is, it is a very lovely grey. It's quite a warm grey. So it's not sort of a cold steel grey. It does have a sort of, I guess, I don't know if it's blue or yellow in there, but it sort of has a little bit of a shade to it. So yeah, I would call that duck egg, or as they say, perfect grey. So that's a really nice colour. And then we're going to go to the greens. So here we have, look at this, we've got four greens in the range. We start with mint choc chip. Is that the real name? Because that's what I'd call it. It is called mint chocolate chip. Yeah, we're thinking here that whoever did name these was really into ice cream, because we've got a lot of ice cream flavours. But they do have that feel. This is definitely mint choc chip. Really lovely. So again, it's got the black fleck because it's a light fabric. I'm not sure how much you can see that fleck on there, but you've got the flecks here, and they're sort of random. It really is as if somebody's kind of, you know, sprayed with a paintbrush with paint on it. It's really lovely. So that's that one. So then we've got this, I'm not sure what we'd call this green. It's another green. This is sort of like moss green. So this is, I need to turn it, oh dear, I've lost one of my little labels. Ooh. This one is IOW U58. Oh, spearmint green. Okay, yeah. Spearmint green. It's very food orientated, isn't it? So this is a spearmint green. See, I would call this bowling green green. It's sort of that kind of colour. It's darker than grass, but it's kind of got that bowling green look. And again, we've got the black, so it's sort of a lighter shade because we've got the black on it. No, I don't play bowls. That's an old person's game. Sorry, Elliot. All right then. Elliot's telling me he does play bowls, so it's not an old person's game at all. So that is spearmint. So if you want spearmint. And now we have seaweed. Okay. This is definitely a sort of seaweedy kelp colour. Again, it's nice. So now we're going into a darker fabric. We've got the white fleck all over. And they do look silvery, but it is white because that's the white edge. And if I bring that white edge in, it's the same. So it is the white that you're seeing. But I think I love the white, the way you can see it more clearly actually. You can see the black very clearly when you're looking at the fabric piece, but not quite so easily under the lights. So this is seaweed. Was this one seaweed? Yes, it was. Yeah, that's right, seaweed. And then, put those back there. This is dark teal. So it is definitely a teal fabric. So these, look at this. So this is really lovely. You can see this colour. Oh, I've got two labels on here. I hope, no, there's two different labels on here. With this one, I'm going to put them both in the same place. I'm not going to read them out because I don't want to confuse anybody, but we'll sort that out later. So what do we call this one? We've called this dark teal. So on your website you can see this is dark teal. It is very, very pretty. It is a dark green. So again, on the monitor I'm looking at, it's looking quite bluey. So this is more green than blue. It's definitely a green, a dark green. So that's that one. That's always the thing when you look at colours on screens, isn't it? They're not always the same. It depends on your TV, so that's that. And then this one, have we done this one? I'll just look at it again in case. This is aquatic. So this is a really lovely one. So again, because it's a dark base, you've got the white fleck all over it, which really shows beautifully, I think. This would make such a lovely lining or something. Or even a summer dress. Can you imagine a summer dress in that? I always think of dressmaking things. That's my sort of my first go-to. Oh, thank you very much. That colour would suit me, Elliot's told me. Funny that, it's got a bit of blue in here, isn't it? So that's that one. And then we have looked at this one before, but I'm going to look at it again. This is this lovely, oh, right, so this one is the navy. So grab it now if you want it. We've got ½ metre left, so this is it, basically. This is what we've got left. It is really a lovely colour, actually, because it goes with anything. And as I say, if I'm allowed to be gender specific at the moment, it's very good for something you're making for boys. Can you imagine you could make a little pair of PJs or something? ½ metre, you could certainly do PJ bottoms with it for a little one. So that's a really lovely colour. And then the very final one, this one, I like turquoise too, so this is another lovely colour. And this is the last one. So this one, so most of those last few I've shown you had the white fleck. This one has the dark fleck on it, because this is a light base, so you have the dark fleck. So it's really lovely. Now this one hasn't got a label on it, so I wonder if that's the label. I'll put it on there just in case. No, it's not that one then. So I've got one without a label, got a label without a fabric, and they don't match. Okay, so this is the last of these. So remember, you can buy the whole bundle as a complete set, or you can buy them individually, but we're down to just one small piece. Let me just do, apparently we haven't done magenta on its own. I did look at it earlier, but let's look at it sort of on its own kind of thing. I haven't folded that one as neatly. This is the one that I really this is kind of like one of my favourite colours. This is a really lovely colour. This is a magenta with black fleck. So it's really beautiful. It definitely has this little bit of stretch in it. And this is on the cross grain too. So lengthwise it hasn't, but on the cross it has just a little bit. So it's really lovely. I love that colour, really beautiful. So the entire medal bundle is £107 and 82p. Mustn't forget the p. £107 and 82p, and you get all of these pieces. So that actually works out of one of the pieces being free. But so you get, what did we work it out as? 19 pieces, wasn't it, I think? So 19 half meters. And that's what you get as the mega bundle. So it's a really lovely, fabulous bundle of fabric. So you'll have, if you have this bundle and you've got a project to make at home, you have some coordinated fabrics to do the linings, the insides, the extras, the bindings, etc. It's really lovely. And having that little fleck in it just gives it a little lift. It's not just a plain, it's just not just a plain print. So this is this amazing title that it's called, which I've now forgotten yet again, Spectrastatic bundle, because it's got these little specks in it. So it's really, really lovely. But that's not all we've got on the show today. So I'm going to just pop those to one side over here. And I want to bring this in, because now you've thought about having fabric, you could actually maybe think about a little book. Now this is just a small little book with 8 quilts, but it's got 16 design options, because the ideal is you learn to make these blocks and then you can twist them to make different patterns altogether. So it's a really nice idea, very simple, and it is beautifully photographed, so everything is nice and visual, which I quite like. And I like the fact that you can see all of this, and it's showing you how to do. And these are simple things. I say simple because my background isn't quilting, although I do some quilting, but my quilting tends to be relatively simple. I don't understand why you quilters cut up perfectly good, beautiful fabrics and sew them back together. You're mad. You're mad. But having said that, yeah, the confetti hour, I kind of get it, because it is absolutely superb. So I'll go along with that one. But and I know as a dressmaker, I cut up fabrics and sew them back together, but it is different. So I'm just going to move the fabric out of the way so as I can bring this really into shot here. Here we are. So look at these. You've got the absolutely, so it gives you the skill level. So it tells you confident beginner, and it shows you the kind of pattern that you're creating for each of the blocks. And then having created that, you can then turn them round. So these are flying geese, and you can turn all these blocks in different ways to create different patterns. So this is a really lovely idea. And look, if you can see this sort of on the pictures here, you can see how they've used it in one way here and they used it another way here. So it's just a case of twisting your blocks in a different way. And so each one you have, look at this. And I think the thing with them is because, let me see, what one does this say? This is a confident beginner as well. You look at that and you wouldn't necessarily think as a beginner you could do that, but you could, because you've got the step-by-step instructions on how to put it all together, tells you how much to cut. And don't forget, if you are new to all of this, we've got the early bird deal with the mat, the ruler and the rotary cutter, and now the book and the fabric. So you could be really set. You really could be set. This is a lovely combination. But look at this. And then, so I should have said that, shouldn't I? £8.99. The book is £8.99, and you, as I say, you've got 16 different patterns in here for that. But not just that. You're learning. So you're learning these different skills on these different blocks. Here we're showing how to. I say we. Obviously, this isn't me. This is Annie's book, showing how to do 2 different variations using this one block. And look at that. We've got the one that we showed on the photograph, and then there's an alternative. And that's just by twisting the block. You get a completely different look. I agree with Elliot, our director here. He said he prefers that one. I think I do, actually. And here we have spin wheels. So these are very simple. Just simple lines, so it's a beginner. Again, this one is a confident beginner. You can cut your lovely straight lines using your rotary cutter and mat, and then you put them together following these very simple illustrated instructions. So this is really lovely, and look how you can change this. I mean, look at the colours. See, this is, this is my idea. I love the colours. It wasn't my idea, this is Annie's idea, but I mean, I love this. I love the colour ranges on that. And then you've got the templates at the back. So these are the bits that you need. And then how to do paper piecing. This is a traditional, it's called English paper piecing most of the time. Don't know why. Don't know why it's English, not American. But, hold on, I might be learning. It makes it sound fancy if it's from England, apparently. But this is a very traditional technique that a lot of quilters will have learnt anew. So it's a good one to know. It's a good one to have under your belt. And again, we've got more ideas on these quilts. So they're very simple, but they look amazing. They don't look simple. So you will be doing this, and everybody will be absolutely amazed at your quilting skills. And only you need to know it was simple to do. And they're beautiful. And can you imagine? See, look here, we've got on this one here, there's some plain borders on this illustration here. This is what's really good, to use the Spectrastatic fabrics. So you could use a colour that tones, you could use a colour that contrasts. That's up to you. Obviously, this is the whole thing. Now, if you're looking at this and thinking, I wouldn't want to make that in, greys and browns. I would want to make it in the really bright colours. I definitely, that's the point, isn't it? You're making your own. You can make it in whatever colours you like. And look at this one here, the square dance. Now this one says it's for intermediate. So you've worked your way through, you're coming towards the end, so you can now move on to something a little bit more challenging. And this is this one here, which again, it's lovely. And the reason, it looks like it's terribly simple, but you've got quite a lot of little blocks to match. And how you'll do that is you'll put them together in pieces. So there'll be different bits to put together, and it tells you how, and they're all numbered. So you can cut your pieces out, and then you put a little bit of sticky, like a post-it note or a bit of masking tape with the letter on it, on your pile of different pieces, and then you put them all together in the order that they tell you. And what you create there, look at this. It's lovely, isn't it? I love that. That's really colourful. That's square dance. And again, you just put them together in different ways. So, and just a few basic techniques on binding, etc., which is always useful to know. So what a lovely book from Annie. £8.99 for that lovely book. I'll put it that way. There we are. I always want to turn it around to face the camera, but of course I've got a camera above my head, so you can see it there. So that is a really lovely book. But let's look at some of the fat quarters, because they're my favourite, because I've written books on fat quarters. And so I love fat quarters. Look at this. Now, this is Tula Pink from Ringo. So Tula Pink, she taught at Festival of Quilts one year, actually. Look at these. I want to just go like that with them. Look at those colours. Just look. Aren't they beautiful? These are my colours. So again, I'm going to unwrap one. I'm going to unwrap the first one. So these are fat quarters. So for those of you who perhaps don't know what a fat quarter is, basically it's a metre of fabric that's cut into 4. But rather than cut strips all across from selvage to selvage, which would be skinny fat quarters, they're cut like a window pane. So you get sort of squarish, because they're not square, but they're squarish. And that's a fat quarter. So it's a quarter of a metre of fabric, but it's cut fat. So isn't that lovely? Again, it's a really lovely fabric, that. And you can do so much with fat quarters. You can obviously combine them to make bigger projects, or you can make small projects with them. So they're really lovely fabrics to work with. And the thing I like about a bundle like this, what's the price of this bundle? $69.99. And we have got, how many pieces in here? 16 pieces. So basically, that's 4 metres. So 4 metres of fabric there. But the thing about them is that they all go together. And that's the thing about buying a fat quarter bundle. You haven't got to think which pieces do I put with what. They will all go together. It doesn't matter which ones you put. They will all tone or contrast and look amazing. If I bring those in, you can see it doesn't matter what ones you put together. Now, you might not like them clashing. You might want to sort of tone more. I like to sort of clash colours. But if you don't, you can sort of keep them, and that, there's enough here to play with. So you can keep them together. You could put a geometric with geometric. You can put stripes. You could actually put, look at that, those two together. So you can really mix and match these fabrics, and they've been designed to be put together. And Tula Pink is an amazing designer, and this is the sort of Free Spirit range here. Let me get this one. This is a geometric. I always like bright colours. So this is like a pink again, and it's got like a little geometric design. It is like a honeycomb. So, and what you have you've got like a little centre, and then you have sort of concentric rings going around it to create this sort of geometric. Oh, that's better. You can see it better now. You can see this design. So it's really lovely. I'm going to keep my hands out of the way so you don't see all the old lines and wrinkles. But it's a really lovely design, and it would look great. I mean, you could make so many things. You can just, it's just, if you wanted to, you could make, just make pockets out of them. You can make a bag out of them. You can use them as linings, or you can make small things like, imagine making like a little spectacle case or pin cushions, or I've made all sorts. I mean, I've even done things like, believe it me, I've even cut them up and cut them out, cut them into strips, and then done a rope basket with them. I've made all sorts. Yeah, take 2 fat quarters. There's 2 books out. Oh, have you got them on the website? Oh, I didn't realise you had them on the website. Okay, take 2 fat quarters home, or take 2 fat quarters gifts. So they've got at least 16 projects in each, I think, all using fat quarters and all using 2 fat quarters. So this is a really lovely bundle. Let me just, look at this one. So this one is a combination of sort of little stars, and I'm not sure, are they birds? Swallows. Not up on my birds. Here we are. Oh yes, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That's a really soft pink. And so there's lots of lovely projects you can make with that. And fat quarters, you just have them and they're ready to be used when you need them. This would be lovely. You could make little storage tubs. You could make little drawstring bag. Obviously dolls' clothes. You can actually, one of the projects I've done is I've used 2 and made a little Tots dress or a little pair of shorts. And I kind of just used sort of half and half down the front. But you could use front and back differently, so they can really make some fun things. Look at those 2. You can put those 2 together, don't they? They just look so gorgeous. So it is a case of taking these fabric, get your bundle, and then you can decide which ones go together. They're so beautiful. Let's have another quick look at some of the ones I haven't. I'm going to put them back together again because I've got another bundle in a minute and I don't want to accidentally mix the bundles. So look at these 2. So again, if you prefer to be a little bit more conservative, I say conservative, but look how bold these are, but they're the same colourways. So you can do that. You can kind of keep it quite simple and just have very similar colourways, but they look really striking together. Or if you want to be a little bit more way out, you could possibly really mix them. Just decide. It is just, so this is a kind of creamy white background with a raspberry colour pink. Do you like all my descriptions of these colours? I hope you're impressed with my colour descriptions. It's not a bicycle yellow. This is I'd say a soft raspberry. This is definitely, talk about the ice cream colours. This is definitely like kind of, like the raspberry ice cream. But it's a cream. So it's actually a sort of cream. So it's not white, it's sort of a raspberry and a cream. Isn't it a really pretty print, that? So that's a really nice one. Oh, we're very limited. We're very limited for these. So if you're interested in this particular bundle, grab it whilst you can. But look at this. This is another. Oh, look. Oh, I'm getting excited. So this is a lovely big spot. I love that. A really nice big spot. But look at this one. Hadn't seen this one. This is called Mineral. I can get that though. You could get that. Yeah. It had, again, if you can we get close up on that? We can get close up and we can see how this design, it's kind of like sort of shadowed. And you know what you could do with this, if you use this as a plique or something, you can actually do some machine embroidery around some of these shapes. That would look really nice. And you wouldn't have to be perfect. You could do kind of like a naif style, which is sort of rough and ready almost. So you can go round, and if it's not perfect, it doesn't matter, because these aren't all straight lines. So this is a really lovely fabric. I love this. Love this colour. It's sort of, I think it's like a deep coral, that one. The beauty of all of these is you've got all of these 16 pieces, and you don't necessarily want to use them all together. You don't have to. And of course you can combine them with others. If I just bring in, let me do a sneaky. I will carefully keep it away and put them back separately, but look at that. So that's one of the colours from the Spectrastatic or whatever it was. And then you can mix it. You can mix them. You can mix all of these. Let's get this one and put that one. You know, you can really go bold, or you can go softer. So do think about I found that lovely geometric one there, which is it's in a softer sort of, what would you call this, a lilac-y purple. It is, it's that, I love that one. I love the definition on that. I'm not sure if you're seeing that closely. Can we get close? Because I just love, it's got like more than one colour in it, this one. You can see the colours in here. Can you see? Kat's just said like a gobstopper when you've licked it loads. It's a long time since I've licked a gobstopper. I never used to like them. I used to get one. When you're a kid, you want one of these because you think they're fabulous, and you put this big thing in your mouth. And I've only got a small mouth, and I put this big thing in my mouth, and very quickly my jaws would ache trying to suck it. So I didn't actually particularly like them. However, that's something you don't necessarily need to know. But this is a really lovely, this colourway. Isn't that gorgeous? So this is all part of this one pack. It's a Cholula pink fat quarter pack, and it's called Flamingo, is it? So there are 16 fat quarters. Let me put that back in its place over there, and I'm going to pop those together because we haven't got long left, and I'm just going to very quickly look at the other two, because you mustn't miss these. And also I think you'll find on the website, and I'm going to bring them in quickly because I love these as well. We can do these later. We will do these later, but just quickly look at these threads. Beautiful sets of threads. These have got, half of them are variegated, so there's only 2 solids, but the rest are variegated threads in this pack. And these are Aerofill, which are a very well-known brand, and they have got 1,422 yards of thread each. And when you think of the normal small thin threads that you get, which are widely known, and really good threads, don't get me wrong, you get 110 yards. So this is 1,422 yards each. So that's on each reel. So that reel would last forever and a day. That's amazing. So it's really fabulous. So you can use those on your sewing machine or overlocker. And then very quickly we have another set. So this is similar colours, lovely bright colours, so go beautifully with the fabrics that we've been looking at. But also lovely bright colours, and again we've got those huge quantities on each one. So these are £88.99 each, which sounds a lot until you work out the price per 100 metres, and then you realise it's a really good deal, because we were looking at it earlier thinking, yeah, actually if you work out how much you're paying per 100 metres, this is an amazing deal. It really is, because they really will last forever. I like the way that they're all packaged as well. I like the fact you get them in this lovely package and you can keep them together. So we worked out about 57p per 100 metres of thread, and a normal small reel that you buy from most shops for most sewing is 110 yards or 100 metres, which is normally about 180. So you can see that this is 57 and that's 180. If you can work that kind of thing out. We were trying to work it out just to make sure you could understand the benefits. But let's look, I'm going to very quickly because we're running out. This is goldfish. But again, so this must be Tallulah pink again. Yes, it is. But look at these. So again, we've got the same beautiful patterns, but the colourways are goldfish colour. they're more sort of russets and yellows. They're really pretty colours, really pretty. So again, we've got all of the combinations, and if you feel like splashing out, you can mix them. You really can. You can mix these as well. And I think that's the other beauty of these things. I'm just going to grab another one. I'm keeping them separately so I don't mix them up later. But look, they do go together. All these fabrics look and work really well together. We've got that lovely design. Where's that pretty one with the... So this time, look at this one. This is a soft peach, which has got the little stars and the little swallows on it. So it's the same sort of selection of fabric designs, but this time you have the peaches, the yellows, these are the colourways, so it's the goldfish range. Really lovely. So I'm not going to go through each one individually because I want to also quickly move on before we run out of time. So look at all of those together. Just fan them again, just look at those. Just imagine that. And all the things you could make and add and do with it. The other one, I love the way they come wrapped with ribbons, which obviously we've taken off. This is more of a floral set. So these are sort of nice deep colours. And you can see, look at these. So again, what's lovely is I can mix and match them. I can bring out the designs. So they really look great together. So you can imagine them all. And you can put 2 together, you can put 3 together, you can use them individually. And they're all fat quarters, as we've said before. Let's look at this one. I like this floral, and it's big floral. I love it. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? It's almost got like a 60s feel to that, I think. It's got that sort of big. But the other thing that I think is nice about, look at this. This one, I like, because as I say, at the moment I'm sort of working on an applique Zoom class that I'm going to be running, and so I'm looking at applique fabrics, and this is a great one for that. You can cut out around these, and you could applique these onto one of the planes. So if you applique that onto one of the planes that we've had earlier, can you imagine how that would really pop and the colours would look great? And then you could use something like this for borders. So it's a case of sort of mixing. So these are all beautiful patterns on these fat quarter bundles. So don't forget, as I said earlier, what a fat quarter is. It's basically 1/4 of a metre, but cut fat rather than skinny. So this is one of them from this range. Now on this particular set, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces. So that's 5 metres. No. It's if there's 10 and it's 2.5 metres. This is Sunday. I don't do maths on a Sunday. 2.5 metres in total, and this is £49.99. So this is really lovely set and all mix and match. Don't forget, you can look at all of these on the website. So you can see all of these on the website. This is what you get. You get 10 beautiful, coordinated. And again, the fabric is lovely. I'm just see if I can check where this fabric is from. Do we know which one this is? oh, this ribbon is, it's called blank quilting. So it's blank, this one's a blank quilting bundle, but again, it has that lovely soft feel to the fabric. So we are now going to go to a quick break so that Delphine can come and join me, well, separately, of course. I'll go over there, she'll stay here, and she is going to do the confetti quilting, which I am determined to have a go at when I go home, because I like to try new techniques, and this is one I haven't done. And even though it means cutting up beautiful fabrics, I will do it for this, because I've seen some of the work that you're going to see in a minute, and you'll love it, and you'll do it the same. You could use scraps, but Delphine is using some beautiful batiks, because the thing is you need them to be printed on both sides, because if you're going to scatter like confetti, I don't want to steal her thunder, she's going to tell us all about it, but you don't want to have to worry about which way up they turn. So yes, that's why you're going to see these wonderful kits, so join me in just a few minutes.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
New Year's are always about trying new things, so why not try out a new hobby? From the 4th to the 10th of January, Sewing Street will be bringing you a week packed with demonstrations on new techniques, beginners tutorials and brand new projects. With everything from ribbon art, making your own sleepwear, new quilting techniques and beginners homeware makes. We have something for everyone. Sign up to our email newsletter and follow us on social media to find out what's on when. And watch our New Year, New Hobby shows from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday the 4th to Sunday the 10th of January on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our YouTube channel or Facebook Live.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. Thank you for joining me, Wendy Gardiner, and this time I'm with Delphine Brooks. So you all know her. You've seen her many times before, and she is a very, very talented artist. And, oh, hold on. We can confirm now, because we didn't have it earlier, but we can confirm now her needle felting is on pre-order. So she's going to do needle felting later, and that's on pre-order. But for now, we're going to start with, I've got mine covered up so you can't see it, for a big reveal. Dun, 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 dun. This is Confetti Quilting. Yay! So this is one of the samples that Delphine has provided to show. It's like, I've got to move it over here. And there is glass, it's a framed picture, so that's the reflection on it. But what you have here is this, it's absolutely beautiful. And it's so beautiful, but it's for beginners. She has very carefully made sure this is something that beginners can do. And what you get is you get a kit. So let me show you through the kit. I'm going to start with the green colourway, but before I show you all of the fabrics, I want to first show you a piece that you get as well, which is the tulle. So this is in the kit, and this is in all of the kits. So this is a lovely big piece of tulle. You only need a little piece for each of the projects, so you'll have plenty for future projects as well. I'm not quite sure how much is here. I think it's 1/2 metre, but it is hugely wide. It's, you know, I mean, that's only half the width, because that's double. So it's really, really wide, as tulles are when you buy them. So I'm going to pass that over to Delphine, because she's going to use some of that in the demo in just a second. So this comes in every kit. So just remember that as I've now passed it across. Also in the kit, in every kit, you get the instructions. These are, of course, written by Delphine. And I love the fact that they are so pictorial, because personally, I find that's the easiest way of learning. Who wants to read? So, but it have got very clear instructions on how to do every single step, but they're also illustrated by photographs. Right at the beginning, what you need. Most of what you need is in the kit. So on here, you need Bondaweb, so you do have to find that. So Bondaweb, which is a brand name, but basically double-sided, iron-on, fusible. Wadding and batting, which hopefully you'll have, and backing fabrics, but then you get the fat quarters that you're going to need, and you get the tulle. And of course, cutting mat, rotary cutter, and the ruler, which you might have bought earlier on the early bird, and if you haven't, nab it now, because we still do have some. So it's a really nice little kit to have. And then look, all of these, so this one in fact is the one I've got here, but these instructions are the same instructions for each of the 4 kits. So this is very clear, showing you how to lay it out and how to build up your pictures. Now the instructions come in the kit, but you can also buy the instructions on their own. So if you want the instructions only because you think you've got plenty of fabric, then you can buy the instructions, and they are £9.99. I'm going to quickly look at the fabric ranges, starting with the green one. So we have 6 fat quarters. So I'm just going to again say to anybody that's just joined us what a fat quarter is, just so you know. These are batik, and this is actually part. Oh, right. Sorry, I can't show you this. This is a fabric collection we're going to be launching. I say the Sewing Street are launching on Tuesday, and we're getting a bit of a preview using it. Look at this. Look at the beautiful colours in that. Absolutely gorgeous. So this collection here, I don't want to waste too much time on talking about them, because I'm sure everybody wants to see Delphine go on with the demo. But these are the colours that you get in this particular one. So you have, these are all the batiks. Can you see all these lovely colours, beautifully worked together? And then there's a plain. So you've got some, you can have some accents in plain if you need. So this is the finished one. Of course, exactly how it looks will depend on you, because you are creating this. So you don't have to do it like that. You can do, and you've got the instructions to do it like that, or you can do it slightly differently. That's entirely up to you. So that's one kit, and it's, I can't believe this, it's £29.99 for that. So 6 fat quarters, plus the tulle, plus the instructions. Let me look at the yellows. I'll just put that to one side. Did you need any of that? Are you right? No. Okay. So pink. Like the pinks, love the pinks. Look at this. So again, now we've got, that has got some pattern in it, this one. So this is a dark, so this is a more sort of wintry scene. And there is actually, again, it's probably hard to see this on the camera, but it has sort of got, it's like a really dark navy, and then it's sort of got brown and black batik pattern in it. So you can see that. So that would be really nice. I don't know if you can see that. It's probably too dark to see. Yeah, it is there. You can see it by the naked eye if you can't see it that well on the screen. So that's really nice. That's a really pretty print. But if, you know, the nice sort of midnight trees, the night sky, etc. And don't forget, the kit gets 6 fat quarters, the instruction sheet and the tulle. And look at, these are the batiks for this one. That one is as well, but that's dark. Look at the colours. Look at that. Look at this one. See, this is. Oh yeah. Did you feel lucky working with these?
Oh, very.
I know. They're exquisite, aren't they? They're so lovely. There's kind of like a real crisp cotton. Yes, but she cut it up into little pieces. Mind you, it is worth it when you see what she's done with it. I mean, I just love that. I really do. That is so beautiful. And this is the finished sample. We've got, Elliot took these photos earlier. Look at that. But, you know, you don't have to do it like that. You can do it slightly differently. And if you're Elliot, you'd turn it up the other way round and you'd have the trees like little stick men walking around. But we think that's the right way up. So you're just creating these beautiful sort of forest scenes. I haven't folded that very nice. Now the yellow, so let's put that to one side. So yellow is called Sunset. So again, we've got that same dark, sort of the navy with the black in it. But let me pick out this one. So again, you've got 6. And this you can see, look at that. That really, isn't that beautiful? So that there is, I mean, it's, again, I'm not sure how deep a colour you're seeing on the screen, but it is really beautiful. It's a really dark sun colour. And with that, you get some lighter shades. And look at these, it's mushrooms. I mean, these are going to be your tree trunks and things, aren't they? They're beautiful. And Delphine will show us in a minute how to mix all these up. And again, you get the plain. So you get all of that, all 6, plus the instructions, plus the tulle. Excuse me 1 minute, I'm just going to cough. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just... Sorry. It's just because I've been talking for over an hour, so suddenly my throat's getting dry. I have got some water here. I will have some in just 1 second. Let's see if I can get through these. Final bundle. Let's pop that one there. So this is the autumnal bundle. And again, look at these. I mean, these. I think this is my favourite, actually, even though I'm a pink person, because I just love these rich colours. And again, we've got this lovely, this is the deep blue with the sort of black and brown. But look at these other ones here. They are so lovely. And batik fabrics are gorgeous. They're gorgeous. They just kind of add to a project because they look as if they've got depth, when of course they are just flat fabrics. So this is really beautiful. Look at this lovely colour. This is like a really deep orange. It's really lovely. Crushed rose petals. I always feel it kind of has that watery look to it because it's sort of, it's really, really beautiful. And all of these, so again, this is this colourway, which is called, what did we say, autumnal. And this is, you've got your 6 again, so don't forget you've got the instructions and you've got the tulle, and you get all of these in the one pack. If you want the instructions on their own, because you've got scraps, you can. They are available for £9.99. Delphine is going to explain about what sort of fabric to use. So I'm going to pass to Delphine while I have a sip of water.
Hello everybody, lovely to have me back. It's lovely to meet you as well.
Yeah, no, it's really nice. We've had a good old chat beforehand.
Yeah, really, really good chat. Is that a bit better now? You've had a bit of water.
Yeah, it was just getting dry because I haven't stopped talking. I mean, I know I never stop talking, but yes, that's better. Right. So
then.
tell me. So how are you? Did you have a nice Christmas? Because we haven't seen
I
you before
did,
Christmas.
yeah, very quiet. It's been, well, I think it was quiet for everybody,
Yeah.
isn't it? So yeah, but it was nice. But eager to get cracking on now with 2021 and
Yes.
lots of new projects. So yeah,
So
all good.
I mean, this is a really good project. You've seen this before.
Yes.
And decided you can have a go at making it.
Yeah.
And you've not only have you got the the projects that you've done to show us, but also you've done a bit of hand stitching on one as well. So there's ways you can go on from it. Did you need any of these?
I don't actually. I've got some round here.
Okay, brilliant. All right. So do you want to go on and show us? Because I know I'm eager to see how you do it.
Well, it's quite an easy. Like I said, it is just chopping up fabrics and sewing them together like you would like a normal piecing. But the only difference is that they cut them into tiny, tiny little pieces. So I have seen this in quilt shows and things like that, and it was mainly in the art galleries, because you use it to almost use the fabric as paint, really. So it's quite a simple project to do, but it's really, really effective. So a new quilting technique to share with you. So,
which I love. And I like the fact that it's not careful piecing with angles being perfect.
That's right,
Is it?
yeah. No.
So that's good to me.
You haven't got to worry about straight lines, you haven't got to worry about piecing, none of that. It's as long as you can use a rotary cutter, then you can do it. So really, really achievable. So I've already jumped ahead a little bit and made some confetti using two of the colourways. So I'm now going to show you exactly how to achieve it. So you're going to need all the measurements for the fabrics and everything is all of the instructions. So I'll just crack on because we've got lots to show you.
Yes, lots to show you. Yeah. So you're using the autumnal colourway, aren't you?
Yes,
so this one here. I'll bring it in here.
I love autumnal colours though. They're just so rich.
They are rich, aren't they? You can move that a little bit closer to you to make it more easy if you need to.
There we are, nice and square. There we are.
Don't want you to do anything dangerous.
So all you're going to do is, can you see me there? Or is he going to bring it now?
That's it. Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Lovely. So I'm just going to make another set of paint. So what you want to do right here is to make sure that all the windows are closed and the aircon's off. Otherwise, if someone just walks in the room, you're going to get
lose your. You could put it in bowls, I suppose, couldn't you?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I have seen it in. You know when you make Yorkshire puddings, like a Yorkshire pudding tray.
Oh right, yeah, okay.
Just put them all in there. You could do that, couldn't you? Or muffin tray, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do, absolutely, yeah.
And then
it might be better than just leaving it on the side, as you say, with somebody come in or opens a window or...
Yeah, or they'll just slam the door and it just all goes everywhere.
Where do you live that you have aircon? I mean...
Oh, I don't, no. You know, if in the summer, if you have a fan going in the background,
yes, true.
you'd be having one of those ones that move around and then will just go everywhere, wouldn't it?
Actually, we were talking about the fact I've got my office sewing room is in a converted garage. It was a garage, and my heating in there is heating and aircon. So in the summer it's aircon, in the winter it's heating, but it is a blower. So I would have to not have that on if I was doing this technique.
No,
unless,
definitely
as I say,
not.
I put them carefully in little pots to stop them going. So basically, you've cut them into thin strips randomly. You haven't worried about using a ruler.
Nope.
And now you're just chopping.
Just chopping them up.
Just like you would dicing all over the place.
That's it. And
really small.
Really small. I mean, you can use bigger pieces if you want to, especially if you know, we were saying earlier, the best thing about using a batik fabric is because it's the same on both sides. But if you were using your own scraps, you have to be mindful at the back of the fabric, some fabrics will have a different colour.
Yeah, if they're just printed on the top, yeah.
That's so if you are using scraps, then you might want to use bigger pieces because it's easier for you to just quickly correct and turn over. But if you don't want to faff around doing all that, this is definitely the best fabric to do it with. And also it doesn't really fray either, so which again makes it perfect for this type of project. So make sure your hands are right out of the way, and I'm trying not to make too much mess because Elliot just said that every time I'm in, he spends most of the day doing the hoovering, so I think his jaw dropped to the floor when he just walked in and he saw all of these. He was like, great.
It does sort of seem like, what are you doing to beautiful fabric? I must just say that I always like to say we. I'm not. Delphine is going to use the 680 plus sewing machine that we had on the shows yesterday with Jane from Elna, who is the expert. But we have very few in stock, I think less than 5. And this has a 5-year guarantee, but it's a last day that you've got that extended guarantee. So if you're interested in this machine, it's not on a show today, but we do still have 5 in stock. So if you're interested in it, then please nab it now, because that 5-year, I say that 5-year guarantee is amazing. It is, of course, but actually these machines are amazing, and I'm really sure they won't go wrong. Delphine loves using it. It's a really good make. Eleanor's a fabulous make. It's a very intuitive machine, easy to use, and it has 170 stitches. If you need them, 10 buttonholes. Oh, and the thing that I liked when I heard about it today was the 9mm width. And that extra 2mm from the sort of average gives you, when you do the decorative stitches, it gives you much wider stitches that they really punch out and look fabulous. So, sorry, Delphine, I'm just chatting about, I get passionate about sewing machines. I really do, they're my thing. It's your favourite.
It is.
Yeah. I just love all sewing machines. I've written books about those too. Please, you've cut out some more beautiful fabric.
Yep, so I've chopped up, so if you have a look, so I've got that's like my colour palette.
It looks like spices. It looks spicy.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. There we are. So not too messy yet, Elliot, so don't worry. I'm trying to brush it over the board and not over the floor. So I'm just going to put that to one side for now. So you'll get your, there is some cream fabric in each of the bundles. This will be your, just the backing fabric. This is what you're going to sprinkle all of your confetti onto. So I have used a little bit of wadding underneath. And again, all the measurements and everything are with the instructions. Now, if you do have some 505 spray, then it's great to just give it a quick, just a very, very light spray. Yeah. But if you haven't got any, don't worry, it's just to stop it from the initial of it moving around. Yeah. But as long as you're in a room, there is no wind or anything like that, you'll be fine.
Yeah, just spray very lightly, because obviously we haven't got any aircon or fresh air coming in here. Because normally you do want to have fresh air when you use any aero sprays.
So I've just used a very, very light dusting on there. So
and we do sell that on the website, don't we? 505. It's something to put. It's something to put in your basket if you're shopping today, because you should have it in your stock. You should, it's always useful for lots of things.
And right, should we get ready? Let's do it. Okay, so the three colours. It's best to always keep the brightest colour that runs through the middle, because that's just going to give you the illusion of light through the trees. So that's why you do the light in the middle. It's quite tempting to, when you're doing a landscape painting, to have the light towards the top of the picture, but if you're having it in the middle, it gives that illusion that the trees are coming through. So, and then the other two colours, it doesn't really matter too much, but I'm going to go for the orange at the top, and all you do is sprinkle it on the top.
Would you like some pepper with that?
And then just give it a little bit of a pat down.
So really, having that 505 helps this, because otherwise, you can pat it down, but it's not sticking. Although it's not going to matter because you're going to cover it with tulle, but that really does help, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And doesn't matter either if you have a bit of the white that shines through.
No.
Because, again, that's just going to give it a bit more. Otherwise, it will just, if you have it too blocky, you'll lose that illusion of light. So it will give you a bit more depth and composition with the light, with the white fabric that shines through. It's almost like it's an extra element to it. Does that make sense?
And do you need to use all of each fat quarter?
No, not at all. There's enough here to make 3 pictures probably.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
So if you do cut them all up, then you definitely want to put them in little Tupperware pots or something, or other branded pots. Or I like takeaway pots.
Takeaway pots, or just put them in sandwich bags or something. But yeah, so I only cut up probably a third.
So a third for each picture, just cut up a third, yeah.
But you can always add a bit more.
Yes.
There we are. So that's the top one done. I'm quite happy with that. And then I'm going to go with the bright colour in the middle.
So even though you've chosen the bright colour for the middle, you put the top on first? Yeah,
so you just go down in lines, and as you can see, I don't want it to be a dead straight line. I want it to almost blend together. So as I do,
this is something that you could do with children.
Yeah, definitely.
As long as they don't sneeze at the same time. If they're wearing their masks, they'll be fine. But yes, I mean, they could do this, couldn't they? They could lay this out.
Yeah,
and I think it would be something that people. Sorry, Elliot's just said, is it just him, or does anybody else have the urge to come and blow on it? No, we don't.
You'll be clearing it up, Elliot.
So, I mean, I think this is lovely, and this definitely would make a brilliant class. We've already been talking about this.
Yeah, definitely.
It is. This is beginner. So this is sort of learn a new. I think this, did you say it was the start of the learn a new craft week?
It's learn a new hobby week.
Learn a new hobby. Yeah. So, it's the last day of it, is it? Oh, okay. So this is. I mean, this is something. I've not done this. I've done a lot of different things. Some better than others, but this is a technique that I like. I think it's lovely. Oh, yeah, they're behind you now. Your other examples there, and I like the fact that having done the simple stitching, which you're going to show us, you can embellish it with hand or machine embroidery as well.
Yes, yeah.
And you can add more dimension to it.
That's right, and like I said, this is entry beginner level. It doesn't have to be anything too complicated. Even the when I do the trees, I've even given you a template at the back.
Yes, I noticed those.
You don't even have to worry about drawing your own template, your own trees.
So if you look at the template that I show here, because I think, yes, you've already cut yours up, haven't you? So on the back of the instruction sheet, I don't know if you can see that, these are black and white, and these are size to size,
yes,
aren't they?
Yeah.
So obviously if you don't want to cut up your instruction sheet, you can trace these off. Or of course you can photocopy them and cut up the photocopy, but you've got your tree shapes, and these it's up to you, but you might use the sort of, if you want it more of a night scene, you might use the black or the dark navy, or of course you can use the browns. This is a thing, it's entirely up to you, isn't it?
It is.
Which ones you use is up to you.
And it's just a guide, you know.
Yes.
It's not everybody's be comfortable in cutting out random shapes out of the fabric. So it's just a guide. So that was why I say use a bit of bondweb if you've got some. But if you haven't got the bondweb and you're confident just to cut out the trees by yourself, that's fine as well.
Yeah. So if you are going to use bondweb or other make of double-sided fusible web, then you fuse it to the back of your fabric that you're going to use for your trunks, then draw the shape, then cut them out. It's easier than trying to fuse it onto cut out shapes, because it's very hard to get it really perfectly lined up if you do it that way. So if you do it the other way around, fuse it onto the fabric, then draw your shapes, then cut them out. And if you have difficulty peeling off the bondweb or other fusible, use a pin to like rip into it, and then you can pull it away. Because sometimes it's quite difficult to get an end to pull it off.
Yeah, sometimes just give it a bit of a scratch or just move it around.
Scratch with a pin or something.
So
there we are. So there's your background.
So all I've done is added on, sprinkled a little bit more of the yellow either side. All that's going to do is trying to blend it all together. And of course, this is autumn, so you can sprinkle another bit of the colour at the bottom, just to symbolise, some of the leaves falling onto the floor. So with I'm just going to put that to one side at the moment.
So do you need all of these tree shapes? Do you need all of them?
You want to have a bit of a mixture. So, for example, if all the trees were the exact same size, the picture will be really flat. It'll be a bit boring. So you want to make sure that each of the trees are a different shape, different sizes, because of course trees are like snowflakes, not one tree's the same. So there's make sure they're all bendy. You don't want them all dead straight. Yeah. You want to give the picture
life.
That's it. So if you do, if you don't want to use the templates, or if you're quite happy using a rotary cutter, for example, I just, I said I'm quite confident with the rotary cutter, so I'm going to hold it just here, but all you do is just cut out, sorry Elliot, random shapes.
Yeah, so you can do that if you're confident. If you're new to rotary cutting, please, I would suggest using the templates that Delphine provides, because, as I said to you earlier, you can cut through your finger if you're not careful. Oh, and by the way, my student, when I did that, didn't bleed on her fabric, remember? Do you know what she said to me? The blade wasn't that blunt then, was it? She's a paramedic. You know what they're like. They've seen so much. She did offer to super glue it together, but I wasn't keen on that, but apparently that's what they do. I did have to go to hospital and have it stitched. I did make a mess, but I learnt never do that again. And I knew you shouldn't do it. I knew, but I was trying to be quick.
There we are. So
she's just cut. You just cut that one out randomly.
Yeah, I've just cut them out random shapes, and again, one's for the distance I've done in the black, because again it just gives.
Okay, so you mix those colours up.
Mix the two colours up.
So that looks like they're more in the shadow or right into the forest.
That's right, yeah. So, and I'm going to show you how to lay them out. So you'll come back to your picture. So the smaller trees you'll want in the background. So let me have a few of the black ones. So, and again, to get the idea of depth, so the trees that you want to be, that are quite small, you want to give them the impression that they're further away. So the ones that are further away, you put towards the top of the picture. And then the ones that are a bit bigger, as you can see, that's sitting a little bit lower now, so that's going to give the impression that it's a bit closer towards the foreground.
Already, it's just looking amazing, just by putting that on. You'll feel very artistic when you've done this, and really, well, you are being artistic because you are deciding how much of the confetti you put on and where you put it, and it's not a set pattern, and you know, you are creating your picture. This is very much free art.
It's like you say, it's also very achievable.
Yeah.
But, you know, we were saying earlier on about quilt shows and things. The art quilts are always my favourite.
Yes, definitely.
Section.
Same here. Yeah.
And again, this is where I first saw it. So, just if you're new to quilting and you did something like this, and like I said, there's not an. I've explained quite a lot in the instructions about, you know, positioning of trees and also the shading, etc. when it comes to the sewing. But you're going to look like you've got a real impressive piece of work at the end of it, won't you?
Absolutely. So I mean, you've done these as pictures.
Yes.
But you could certainly incorporate these into a quilt, into a bag, anything like that, can't you?
Anything.
And you said when you first saw them, you actually saw it as part of a bigger piece, and only a small piece had the confetti quilting.
That's right.
So again, it doesn't have to be a whole picture. You could just do it as part of a quilt.
So if you were going to do, I don't know, a picture, just like you say, normal piecing with a quilt, and then just maybe a tree on the corner, and then you'd only need a tiny little bit. So it will go a really long way, won't it?
Yes, definitely. So whilst you're doing that, I'm just going to very quickly look at these colourways again, just so people can remember what colourways we've got. So we're working on the autumnal one. That's the one that Delphine is working on at the moment. Let me bring the blue back into play. This is lovely. This is, we did have an example of this, didn't we? Yeah, so look at this one. There's this again, so don't forget you get 6 fat quarters plus the instruction, which is fully coloured all the way throughout, so lovely detailed instructions on how to compile your picture, and the templates on the back, and you get 1/2 metre of tulle, but remember that 1/2 metre is very, very wide. I don't know how wide, but it's probably about 100, no, it's more than 150 wide. It's probably like 300 wide. It's really wide, really, really wide. It's a lovely big bit of tulle. You only need a small piece. That will last you forever. This is the colourway. This is called Bluebell, $29.99, and this is an example of the sort of thing that you can make, because of course how you do it is up to you. But you can see how Delphine has put the bigger trees at the front, and as you sort of look into that bluebell forest, you can see the smaller ones behind. And as she's just said to you, that's all explained in the instructions on how to do that. Let's look at the other one. No, we don't want to see it upside down. See, it looks like Triffids or something walking. So this is the yellow. This is the sunset one. So again, this is very much more neutral. So you've got the batiks again. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Batiks and the one plain. So the one plain is what you use as your base, because you're pretty much covering that up. So you can use that as your base. But if you're doing it as a picture, there's plenty to do 2 or 3 on that fat quarter. So this is the sunset one. So it's really beautiful colours. And then the last one, just have a look at again. Look at this, the pinks. I love this. So again, this is almost, I mean, this is pinks, but it's almost kind of like a sunset look as well, isn't it? Because as the sun goes down, the sky can get very pink. I'm going to refold this one because I made a mess of folding it, but let me open it out to show you. Look at that, look at the colours. This is batik, and they're just lovely, lovely fabrics, really beautiful. So they make this project a treat. And don't forget Delphine has just said to make a picture the size that she's working on at the moment, you only need to cut up about 1/3 of this. So you cut up 1/3 of it and then you keep the rest for later, unless you're going to do 3 pictures all at once. So that's the other one. So are we ready to go on?
Yes.
Look at that, perfect timing.
Yeah, there we are. So what I've done now is I've just laid down all the trees. As you can see, I haven't done an awful lot of different branches because that comes with the sewing. So this is just to lay down your tree trunks. So again, your smaller ones, make sure they're towards the top of the picture, and then your bigger ones, you start from the bottom, and then that will give the impression that it will draw your eye in towards the centre of the picture, thinking that there's a bit more depth within the trees there. Now, with any bits that you've got left over, just sprinkle over the top, and all that's going to do is give the impression of more leaves.
Bit of seasoning.
Yeah, bit of seasoning. And again, you can choose whatever colours you like here. So some of the darker will be quite nice at the top.
Oh, so we just had a message from Kate, who has said she's absolutely fascinated by this and what a super demo. I totally agree, Kate. I think this is, you just want to have a go, don't you? You just want to get in there and have a go. So don't forget, buy this kit, and you can, because not only have you got the fabric, you've got the instructions.
And it's fun to do as well. There we are.
So Sarah's also said, gorgeous project.
Oh, that's lovely.
So it's lovely, isn't it, to get these messages.
So
But it's amazing. It looks so incredible.
So on the bottoms, you don't, because of the tree trunks, just cover the bottoms up a little bit. The bottoms.
Yeah, you've got to cover your bottom. We don't want any bottoms hanging out.
So, and all that will do is just, again, it just makes it appear a little bit softer. That's all there. There we are.
And I noticed that you're not working right up to the very edge.
No,
because you've got wadding below, haven't you?
I have, yes. So I have cut the wadding just that slightly bigger, only because when it comes to the sewing stage, you don't want it to move around.
Yeah, it's easier to handle.
Yeah.
And that's in the instructions as well.
Yep. Yeah, all the sizes and everything, it's all written in there. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut myself a piece.
So yes, because you don't need to say.
Well, you get loads.
You do. I don't know what the width. It's like double width. So I think it's about 300 wide, I think. But you know.
Get me pair of scissors. I'll just grab any.
So you just need one single layer, because
yeah,
I mean that's the thing with tulle. It comes sort of double layered. And normally, if you're making, a ballerina skirt or using it as a petticoat or something, you would use 3 or 4 or 5 layers.
So you'll have plenty for left other projects as well.
Exactly. But this is a really good way of keeping everything in place, isn't it?
It does. And that said, even though we're going over the top of it, it's not going to take anything away from the picture either. It's not.
No, because it sort of disappears, doesn't it, into it?
There we are. So carefully place that over the top.
Yeah, so you don't move anything.
And you'll get your pins. Give it a really good pin into place all the way around.
So just pinning around the edges?
I'm pinning around the edges, and I will pop 1 or 2 pins in the centre. But I am going to give it a light press in a moment, so you want to make sure that you're not using any pins that can melt or anything, but or just be careful.
Yeah, be careful. Don't press over the pin heads.
Yeah.
Or if you've got glass-headed pins, you're normally okay. But the flower-headed pins are plastic, aren't they? So you don't want to press over them.
Yeah, I've got these ones at home, and I did press over them. It was a very, very slightly melted one of them, but yeah. I don't know if I should be saying.
Do we
that.
sell iron cleaner?
Oh, I did get a new iron for Christmas, thank you.
Oh, did you get a new iron for Christmas?
I did, I got a new iron for Christmas.
Yes, paracetamol cleans
Yes,
irons,
it
doesn't
does.
it? Yes.
Works
yeah, my
a
friend
treat.
Jenny told me that, actually.
Yeah, I've done that a couple of times with
Have
my
you?
iron. Yeah.
So, but don't you have to put it onto a warm iron?
You have to put it on a hot iron.
So then you have to be very careful how you hold it.
You just, you use the ones that are like chalk, the chalky ones, and then you wait till it's really, really hot. You use the end of your fingers. I mean,
you could. Kat's just said you could use like you've got your overlocker tweezers to hold it.
Yeah.
So that your fingers are away from it.
and then you just rub it all over your iron, and at first it doesn't look like it's going to do anything, then it just suddenly dissolves and it cleans your iron off, and then you wipe it off with a rag. It's like a brand new iron. There's only so many times you can do it though, to the point that you do just have to give in and just buy yourself a new iron.
Well, what you can do is what we do at the shows is have messy iron and good iron. So are you doing any messy work which involves paint and sticky stuff, then use a separate iron.
That's what I need to do, change to, my new iron could be my good iron.
Yeah, and then use your old one for your messy work.
Because I do, again, so much applique and, you know, glue goes onto your iron, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It can do. It's the same in dressmaking with interfacing. If you don't cut the interfacing slightly smaller, you can end up getting sticky residue on the iron. So you can get applique mats, but I also always use a press cloth.
Yeah.
And that sort of, yes, it'll go on the press cloth, but at least it won't be going on your iron.
I had to start having to use a press cloth for that reason. There we are. I was going to make sure that that's definitely not going to move anywhere.
Okay, so plenty of pins all around the outside, a few in the middle.
Yeah, and I am just going to give that a little bit of a press.
Okay. So why do you give it a press?
Just because just to make sure it's all flat, and also to because obviously I have put a bit of bondweb on the backs of the trees. It just helps you out a little bit to stop some of the bits.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten you'd put that on. Yeah.
So it's only a slight bit, only a tiny bit.
And this is another thing we sell, isn't it? These pressing mats, because it's we haven't got any in stock. Sorry, I'm telling you about something we haven't got. But if we get them back in stock, have a look, keep your eye out, because you've got, on one side it's a cutting mat and on the other side it's a pressing mat. So again, a really handy bit of equipment to have.
So you don't want the iron to go straight on to the picture, so you definitely use a pressing cloth for this bit.
Yeah, so you can use a press cloth if you've got a press cloth.
And not a piece of beautiful batik that I'm using here. I'm giving it a nice press to put back away.
Do we sell press cloths? Because my favourite is 100% silk organza, which is lovely because it's translucent or see-through, so you can see where you're pressing.
That's
as
handy,
well.
especially
but you
for
can use a hot iron.
Oh wow!
So you can use a really hot iron. So if you use that when you're with any fabric, it stops getting shine on the fabric. It's good for any ironing. So yeah, I mean you can use all sorts, but that's particularly good.
There we are.
Okay, so just a light press.
Just a light press, just to stick those trees down, and it just makes everything nice and flat and easier for when you're sewing. There we are. I'll just pop that over there.
So just to remind people, in case anybody's just joined us, where did you learn about this technique?
As I said, it was one of the quilting shows.
I think it was Festival of Quilts.
It was Festival of Quilts because, I live locally around there, and I do the Festival of Quilts and also the one in Malvern, the quilt show in Malvern. Yeah. And again, I'm always drawn to the gallery bit with the art, with where all the art quilts are, and that's where I first saw it. I went up to it and I was like, how have they made that? And then in the description it says Confetti Quilting, so I went home and I had some batik, so I did a bit of confetti quilt of my own, and I even used fabric paints and all sorts in it. So there's so many different ways you can use this technique. It doesn't all have to be confetti quilting.
No, I think that's what I like about it. So you could start small, try it out. But I mean, what's lovely about these, I mean, you can see how quickly, sort of in less than half an hour, that is ready to free motion stitch.
And I do free motion. If you're not a fan of free motion, you can use a straight stitch. You just have to keep stopping and turning. It all depends on your skill level and confidence, I suppose. But with free motion, I think a lot of people are scared of free motion. But
absolutely,
it's nothing at all to be afraid of. You know, your machine's built to do it. Trust your tools. As long as you read your manufacturer's instructions to make sure that you've got the right feet, etc. Because each machine's different.
You need a free motion foot, or darning foot, as it's sometimes called. Yeah. And you'll see when Delphine lowers it, it doesn't actually grip the fabric in the way another presser foot would. You can still move the fabric underneath that foot, and that's what it's supposed to do. That's why you use that foot, because the whole point of free motion is you're moving the fabric freely in any direction, and that's why it's called free motion.
And also with a project like this, free motion, it's the perfect project for a beginner free motion, because it doesn't matter which way your branches go.
No, exactly.
They go in all sorts of different ways, so
Yes.
it really doesn't matter. So I'm going to start in the middle, in the centre, and then work my way out. That way I'm going to keep everything a little bit more secure as I go. So I'm going to start at the top. And as you can see, I'm just going to draw myself a couple of branches. And you can do as many or as few as you like. There we are. Add on a couple of little twigs here and there. And you're in complete control of the machine, so you do want a fairly steady speed. You don't want to go too slow.
I find free motion is addictive, actually.
It is.
Once you get started. And the trick, I think, is if you've got a speed slider on your machine, if you move that slider down to about halfway, you can put your foot flat on the foot pedal and keep the speed nice and even, and then you can just move it evenly. And it's, you know, how fast you move is how big the stitches are. So the slower the movement, the smaller the stitches. So keep it nice and steady, keep the movement steady. You see how you're going all over the place there. You don't have to go up and down, you can go side to side.
Yeah, just
you
move
can,
it all around.
You can be totally free with it, as Elliot's just said. It is. That's why it's called free motion. So you're going up and down the tree trunks?
I'm just going, I've done the tree, I'm just going out from the tree. So say the tree trunk's in the centre, I'm just going out right to left and wherever I want to go really.
Yeah, just random.
Just random, it doesn't have to, there's no rules, there's no, just wherever you want to put a branch here and there really. So I'm going to go down to the bottom there. You can maybe add a few little twigs that are sticking out the bottom maybe. And using a dark thread will really make them stand out.
Yeah, so you've used black, haven't you?
I have, yes. Whereas you could use a white maybe to make them like birch trees or...
Yeah. So it gets a little bit of experimentation, isn't it, really, as to what you want to use?
Yeah. So it's going...
So the only way that you're keeping the confetti, the flowers and the branches and the leaves in place is by the branches that you're doing.
The branches, yeah. And they will not move anywhere because as soon as you've gone within, I don't know, probably about an inch, they're not going to really move.
Yeah.
Because that's why we give it a bit of a press first, isn't it? Because they are quite jam-packed in there anyway.
Yes.
So they're not going to move around. And like I said before, you can go up at the next level, and if you wanted to embellish it with some embroidery as well, you could even go over the top with a couple of...
We must have a look at that in a minute when before we finish, because I think that's a really lovely idea. And it's something you can do, when you've done all this and then you sit in front of the TV watching Married at First Sight Australia. Amazing. It is car crash TV. But you can sit and do hand sewing, can't you,
yes.
in the evenings?
That's
so you
what
can
I
add
do.
another dimension.
There we are. I'm just going to go on to the next one now. So as you can see, I'm not stopping and starting, taking the needle out or anything like that. It's just, so it is a really quick project. You just, like I said, I've been doing this for about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's nearly done.
We have been asked, now Kate, how dare you go for a coffee? But she's asked, could you just repeat how you put the tulle on and keep it in place? Yeah, you just put the tulle over the top, you pin everything into place and you give it a really good press, that's it. Yeah, so you've pinned all the way around the outside, yep. Loads of pins and then a few in the middle. A few in the middle. And which you take out as you go. Make sure you take them out, yeah. And then a light press with a press cloth on top so that you're not actually pressing straight onto the tulle. Yeah, because that could melt, I think, if it was too hot. just because you remember you put the bonder web underneath, so that's just to anchor them in place.
It is,
and then the chawl's
yeah.
holding them in place as well.
And if you don't have, let's say if you don't have bonder web, it's not going to make an awful lot of difference. It's just to, it's mainly for those that want to trace out from the templates, really.
Yeah.
There we are.
Isn't it lovely? It's quite therapeutic, isn't it, to watch? You just sit and watch that. So we've got about 10 minutes left now of
No
this.
problem.
So don't forget there are 4 colourways. All the instructions come with it, or if you think you've got plenty of fabric and you don't need more fabric, you can buy the instructions on their own. The instructions on their own are $9.99. Really lovely instructions, which are colour photographs all the way through the steps to show you how to put it together very clearly. And this is basically showing you exactly what Delphine has just done for us. So it's really lovely, showing and then how to lay the trees, and there's explanation about how you lay the smaller ones towards the back to give that perspective of view. Then you're adding the tulle, a quick press before you do the free motion. And the free motion is just go for it. Just go for it. And if you haven't done free motion before, one of the other things you can do, if you're really nervous about doing free motion, you can put some fabric into a wooden embroidery hoop, but up the other way, so that it's flat against the base of the machine. And then you put your hands either side of the hoop to move it around. A lot of people, that's how they do their free motion to start with, so their hands are getting nowhere near the needle. You should be okay. I say should because people do put needles through their fingers, but you should be okay as long as you make sure you're keeping your fingers away from the actual needle, and that's no problem. Keep them flat. You can get quilter's gloves, and they help grip the fabric. Or what I actually use, being a cheapskate, is I bought non-slip matting, and then I've made like little finger guards from non-slip matting, which I can use to help grip the fabric that I'm moving around.
So I've done half of it.
So it's done
already.
half now. Half is done.
So I've done from the centre and I've gone out to the side. You probably have to zoom in.
Yes, have
to
a
really
zoom.
See. But I've done all of the branches and all the trees just going up and down, even giving it a little bit of details on the tree there as well. So then I'd go on to do the other side. And then what you want to do then is for the grass, what I'll do is change to maybe a dark thread or even an orange, and then just go up and down a few here and there just for the grass, and that will secure all that in there as well.
Is that grass or grass?
Grass. Oh, well, my husband would say grass if he's probably watching, because he speaks properly. He's from Oxford. And yeah, I'm grass. Yeah, it's bath.
To be honest with you, I mean, I say it with a friend of mine, because she'll say grass and bath. But actually, spelling-wise, you're right and we're wrong. To be honest,
that's what I say. It's like grass. It's grass. It's grass. Oh dear. So yeah, and then what I would do then is also maybe change to, again, I have given lots of hints and tips in the instructions, but you can change to, say, a white thread, depending on where you want your light source coming from. You'll just do a little white reflection on one side of the tree, and maybe like a darker blue on the other, and then that will just make them a little bit more 3D.
Oh yeah, because you've shown that in the instructions here.
Yes.
That's shown. And you leave the tulle on.
Yes. On some projects, so if you were only going to do one section, you know, we were saying earlier on, if you were going to make a quilt and you only wanted to do like one tree, say on the left side, you'd only put the tulle there, and you can take it off afterwards. Some applique cases has worked really, really well, so you can really get in there and trim it all away. But on this, with it being a beginner project, you don't need to.
And you can't really see it, to be honest.
No, you can't. And once you've done all of your sewing, it actually becomes part of it. I think it actually helps to give a bit of texture on the trees. So, like I said, it's so fine you can barely see it. And then if you did want to add a little bit more of a dimension, you can. I haven't finished it yet. What the great thing is about using the different the batiks, you could pick out the different colours, and you can hand stitch over the top, and what that's going to do is completely transform it again. So it's almost like you're taking it to that next level. So all I've done is, so I've picked out like the light colours and where the batik fabric is, And all I've done is done an X over the top, and then I'll do it again. Oh, I see a darker piece, and I'll do it with the darker green. And so I've done all of this side already. I mean, I don't know how much you can see of how 3D it is, but it does really...
It gives it another dimension, I think.
It does.
Yeah. I think if you were framing that, personally, I would do it in a glassless frame.
Yes.
So you can see the texture and the dimension.
Like a box frame.
Like you've
like
done with
those.
these, actually, for your needle felting ones.
Yeah. So I think if you've got the patience...
Oh, that's better. Look, you can see.
Yes.
Can you see it's... Yeah.
So I think if you've got the patience and definitely the time, which we do have at the moment, then this is just to show you another element that what you could do with it. Really, it's just to.
You don't have to do that because they look perfectly lovely without.
Yeah.
But if you are somebody who likes to do hand stitching, or of course you can do it by machine, but if you like doing hand stitching, look at the long grasses at the front.
And that's
sort
just
of
a
thing
really
you can
simple
add.
stitch. It's nothing. I've not done anything complicated there. There's not even a French knot on there, which is unlike me.
I like French knots.
It's just little X's and straight lines, and you could just do that to just 1 or 2 bits, and it's just going to transform it again. So, but I said I haven't done it on any of the other ones because I think they look lovely as they are. I just wanted to show you another sample.
And do you know what
idea.
Do you know what I'm thinking? Because I'd say my thing is more into dressmaking and things. I'm imagining making like a silhouette in a beautiful confetti dress.
Yes.
So you could still use these beautiful batik colours, and you
How
could make
lovely.
this beautiful dress.
Yes, I'm with you. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah,
I can see that.
you learn the technique.
Yeah.
So this, you're going to get the kit, you're going to get the instructions, you can have a go at doing this, you can see how quickly you could do this. So, a morning, and you've cut it out and you've sewn it and it's ready to frame.
That's right, yeah.
And then you can then think, do you know what, I could do this, or I could do that. So yeah.
I will finish these 2 as well, and I'll put them on the fan page.
Oh, brilliant.
So I will finish
that would
them.
be good.
Yeah.
And please do post whenever you've done. I know a lot of you post Delphine's cushions and things, because I've seen them. Do post any of these that you do, because I just think it's lovely when you see other people's interpretation of something.
Oh, it's the best bit.
It is, isn't it? You just, as a teacher, it's so rewarding when you can see somebody's taken what you've done and they've taken it on, or they've created their own looks. It's absolutely perfect.
Really impressive as well.
It is
Some of the things that people are doing, they're better than mine. I'm like, careful, I'll be out of a job. But no, I'm really impressive, and like you say, it's the best thing when you teach and when you come up with your kits, and because it's your imagination.
It is,
isn't it?
yeah.
And
but I think with these kits, I think you specifically have done them so people can grow.
Yeah,
they can start with this, but they can grow.
Exactly.
And I think this is really beautiful, beautifully presented, fabulous fabrics. Is there anything else you want to mention before we go to the top?
No, just enjoy it and give it a go.
Yes,
it's something
definitely
new.
give it a go.
Give it a go. It's very easy, but it can be quite addictive, and it will transform your work.
Yes, I think it's another new technique to learn.
Yes.
So that's really fabulous. Thank you so much,
No problem.
Delphine. Now, we are going to see you again in an hour, aren't we? Just over an hour, to do the needle felting. Can we have a look at these quickly? Because these are superb. These really are. Look at these beautiful. Oh, you've all photographed them already. So these are little landscapes, and again, they are sold as kits, not the frame or anything, just the kit inside. So, and we've also got an extra special pin cushion. It's got nothing to do with needle felting, but it's beautiful. But these are really, really stunning. Now, how long would that take you to do? Did you say about a day to do that whole picture?
For the needle felting, a whole day.
Yeah. So it may be a project that you pick up and put down and pick up and put down.
Yeah.
But again, because of the technique, and it's needle felting by hand, you can actually sit and do that in the garden.
Anywhere.
Well, we can get out into the garden again.
Yeah, anywhere. You can take it.
Yes.
I was going to say take it on holiday. You take it on holiday to the bottom of the garden.
We don't want to wait that long. So we are going to quickly recap on the colourways, just so that people can have a look. So first one, this is the one that Delphine was working on. So we have got less than 10 of these left. So you have 5 of these beautiful batiks and 1 plain, plus the instructions, plus the tulle. And the tulle is, there's loads to do lots. And there are other techniques you can use the tulle with. So if you do want this, we've got less than 10 of these left. So if you want this particular colourway, do grab it now while you can, $29.99. Let's look at the greens. So this, they say greens, but it's got this lovely blue there as well. So this is our second most popular one. This is another lovely bright. But again, you have the 5 batiks and the plain, and the instructions, and the tulle. So these are lovely. It's all fat quarters. And don't forget, you can always watch the demo back again if you haven't caught it all. If you did go and have a make a coffee, Kate. The sunset. I'm only saying that because I have got a coffee here, but it's quite cold now. So I'm jealous. So look at this one. This is the this is a sunset one, isn't it? This is a sunset. So yet again, 5 beautiful batiks. One of them is this lovely dark. So this is your dark trees. This is the ones further back, etc. So really lovely. And of course the instructions and the tulle. So this is the sunset one. And then finally, I'm not sure I keep the right ones together. Let's get the purple because I love this. So don't forget, this is this one. If you like these fabrics, which who doesn't? Who doesn't like these beautiful fabrics? They are launching officially and properly on Tuesday, 8 a.m. Tuesday morning. Who's that with? With John. So he will be showing these on Tuesday morning, but you have a sneak preview and a chance to buy these as fat quarters. Aren't they lovely? So that's the purple one, which is called, which one? Pink. Okay, Pink Winter. Look at that one. This is the one that Elliot wants to be upside down. But you can almost see that's the snow into the forest there. Isn't that beautiful? Look at the pink. No, the black, it's difficult to show in the light studio because we've got lights all around the studio, you see, so it does kind of wash colours out and change colours. But the black isn't a black actually, it's a very dark sort of navy. Would you say navy?
Yeah.
And then it's got kind of black and brown. It's really hard to show. Black and brown batik on it. Can you kind of see it? Can you see it there? So it's very subtle, this one. So, you know, it is. It's like if, you know, when you have like old wood, it's not one colour, is it?
No.
It has got shades and things. So this is perfect for that. And oh yes, and don't forget, oh my goodness, don't forget the 680 plus machine that Delphine was using. We've only got 3 left now. It's got that special extended warranty, which is only until the end of today. Then it goes back to the standard, if that is, we've still got any by the end of the day. And it's a good price, and it's available. And as you probably know, sewing machines are like gold dust at the moment, so it's a good idea. Oh, there's a few in the baskets. Obviously, it's a big purchase, and you can buy it over split payment, can't you? 5 payments, split payments. It is a big purchase, I appreciate that, especially after Christmas, but it is a really good price, it's a really good deal. They are some in baskets and we've only got 3 left, so whoever goes out first, checks out first, is the ones that get it. So do bear that in mind. So after the break, I've run over a bit too. After the break, we have got bag making supplies, fabrics and some hardware. Another one of my absolute loves. Hey, what's not to love about anything on Sewing Street? It's my dream. So join me again in just a few minutes and we'll be looking at bag making supplies.
Hi, my name is Yvonne McAtamney. My passion is patchwork and quilting, and it's also my privilege to own Village Fabrics patchwork and quilting shop in Wallingford. My sewing life began before I went to school, certainly, and probably before I could read. My mum was always a sewer, and with 2 big sisters, every weekend there would be a new dress made, and I was allowed to do certain pieces, and as I got older I started to make some dresses. My top tip is you don't have to be able to draw to design. The place that I always start is with a children's colouring in book. They have good bold outlines, and then you can trace that and adapt to your heart's content. Anybody can do it. My claim to fame is that last year, when things were good, we had Jenny Doan from Missouri Star Quilt Company come and do a meet and greet at my shop in Wallingford. We had a really enjoyable day and good fun was had by all. So I hope I'll be popping into your living rooms on a regular basis as we go forward with Sewing Street here. We are intending to bring you some absolute beginner kits as well as some of our more intricate designs. See you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we've put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers, and again these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Wendy Gardiner, and I've just been told big breaths. And that's not what I heard, so that's why I'm laughing. I was thinking, is that a comment? So big breaths. Right, let's start this bag making hour at this point with some really lovely fabric pieces. So these are all of these pieces of fabric are ½ metre. If you want a metre, you put 2 units in your basket, and you will get a metre, not 2 ½ metres. So it gets cut for you, so you can go for 4 bundles, etc. This is the first one. This is a canvas. This is a printed canvas. Look at this. So this is lovely and wide. Did you say this is 114 or 140? I've got a tape measure handy. I could measure it. 140. It says 140 wide, so it's half a metre, 140 wide. So it's a lovely cotton canvas. So it's a robust cotton, which is really handy. I'm just going to move the little label over to the side. Oh, thank you. Just got a tape measure thrown at me from a safe distance. Lovingly thrown at me. So this has got a really lovely floral design, as you can see here. It's really, again, it's like a painterly thing. It's like somebody's painted it. And again, with my applique thoughts of the moment, some really lovely flowers that you could actually cut out and applique round onto something else. So that's really, really nice. So this is a nice weight. It's a nice weight for bag making. And a piece this size, you can make quite a big bag with this. So this is really nice. And of course you can combine this with some pleathers and things, which I'm going to show you in a minute. But that's one colourway of this. The second colourway is a little bit softer. If you're not into brights, this is patterned canvas. So they're digitally printed. I'm just going to move that label to the side again. They're very, very popular here. We always find these, I mean, they are because of the weight of them. This is a really good weight for craft projects like bags. It's a sturdy weight, it's not a thin cotton. So we make a nice robust bag. And if you buy more of this, of course, you can make a bigger bag. So you could make a weekender. You can make big totes, and actually you can use these. I mean, we're doing this as a bag making hour, but you could use this for cushion covers and things as well. So there's a lot more you can use it for. It's not just for bag making. That's just how we're showing it today. 140 wide, half a metre, or of course you buy them in multiples if you want more. So these are £5.99 for half a metre. So that's a really good price for half a metre of fabric. So these, we're going to do, I'm sorry, I'm really anal about folding fabrics up. I like them folded up neatly, so I have to fold it back neatly. Okay, so let's move on to these. I'm going to bring these into shot. These are called PUs. I'd call them pleather or faux leather. And they really do feel like leather, but without harming any animals. They're very soft, and you can, oh, they just feel really soft. This is a beautiful navy. So again, indigo this is called. So again, I'm pretty sure this is 140 again, but now I have a tape measure. I'm going to quickly look, just to be sure. Yeah, so the 140 is actually inside. So you can see it's got a big thick selvage. I'm going from the inside of that, so you're not wasting, you know, it is 140 from there. So that's really good. So it's a really lovely piece, and it's lovely and soft. It's lovely and soft to sew. This colour in particular is like navy, so this is called indigo. So this is a really nice colour, but I think what you can do with this is you can make a whole bag out of this, and it would feel like you're making with leather. But you could also make a part of a bag with this as a trim or a detail or the bottom of it. You could use this for dressmaking. Actually, you could make a skirt out of it. Not sure about trousers. I think they might be too hot and sweaty. But you could certainly make a skirt. You could make a jacket, or again, you can combine it with other fabrics to make a jacket. So you can definitely do it. But again, what we're looking at is £6.99 for the half metre. So if you wanted to make something like a skirt or a jacket, and you might, for a skirt, maybe you need 1.5 metres. Remember, you just buy in multiples of half, so you get 1.5 metres, which is a really good price. So this is more like a mink colour. Thank you. So this is, it's like a steel grey or mink. What are we calling this one? See, no, this is taupe underneath it. This is just grey, so we're just calling it grey. But it's an elephant grey or a gunmetal grey. It's that sort of deep grey. So it's really nice. So that, again, that's very nice. And remember, as I say, you can actually use this as an accent, or you could have like the base of a bag in this, and then you could have the top in that. So you can combine that together. So that's quite a good idea if you're not sort of particularly wanting to do a whole bag in leather, although it would look really nice. And again, you know, you can think about using this for garment making as well. Now, generally, if I was sewing with this, I would use a walking foot, or if you've got a Teflon foot, it's very handy, or a roller foot. You don't need a leather needle. You don't need a leather needle with pleather, or what do you call it? You call it PU, don't you? Or fake fabric, because it has got a woven back. So you don't need it. But a good sharp needle is useful. But do remember that pinholes and things may remain permanently, which is actually why it's a good idea to use the clips, which, hey, we got them on the show. So let's quickly show you these clips. You get 50 in the little pack, and using these clips rather than pins does mean that you're not going to leave pinholes in your fabric. Really handy. There's another thing that if you haven't got them yet and you haven't used them yet, get them, and you'll find you'll use them repeatedly for lots of different things. They're really good. I mean, really good for the bag making, particularly when you go into using the metal frames. They really hold things together while you're stitching or gluing, etc. So quite a nifty little product to have. Pop it in your bag. Post and packing is then the same with everything that you're buying. £3.95 all day. So now this colour. This is the one I'd say is taupe. Yeah. So this is an African elephant. We had an Indian elephant, now we've got an African elephant. So this is sort of taupe. It's like a deep taupe though. It's really quite nice. It's a lovely colour, and it could be. I mean, you could use it for cushion making if you wanted to have the luxury of leather-looking cushions. You can do that, but don't be limited. We're showing it as bag making, but there's lots of use for this, including dressmaking. It is probably the sort of thing you might have as car upholstery, but I'm not suggesting you start making your upholstery in your car. But you could make a steering wheel cover. I think, sorry, that's Elliot's in my ear telling me you can make a steering wheel colour. But you could make a caddy. You could make a caddy for the car, or something that you can hang on the back of the front seat for the kids to pop their bits and bobs in. That would be quite nice. Now, okay, you know which one's going to attract my eye. Oh, surprise, surprise, look at this red. This is gorgeous, isn't it? It's a real scarlet red. It's like scarlet red, but it's not shiny. It doesn't look plasticky at all. It does look leather. And look at this. Now, you see, I see a nice big tote, and the bottom of the tote, and for the first maybe 4 inches, will be leather. And then I'll have fabric sides in something like this. And then you could have a pocket which you could trim with the leather. And then you could have leather handles. Or it does. I mean, the leather makes it wipeable, of course. It's a practical. If it's a damp ground and you put your bag down, put bag feet in also helps. But you can just combine these two things together, and the price at £6.99 for a ½ metre is amazing. And again, you could actually make quite a nice little bomber jacket out of this red, or a sassy skirt. Can you imagine a straight skirt made out of this scarlet red? You'd be a scarlet lady. I like the idea of that. So yes, so for a skirt, you may be a metre, maybe a metre and a half. It's nice and wide, so probably a metre would do it, but you can look up a pattern of your choice to be sure. I mean, what I tend to do, I would buy a metre and a half and have some spare if needed, because then I can use the spare to make a bag or a caddy or whatever. There'll always be a reason to use it. And of course, we've got a black. And this is fabulous. And the thing I like about this, I mean, it's so difficult when I'm playing with fabrics on the TV that you can't feel what I'm feeling. And this is so soft and lovely. It's got the beauty, the look of a leather without the difficulty of sewing with leather. So it's really lovely. It is soft. And you could, you know, if you can imagine, so if I can sort of show that, if you had like a pocket or something and you could use it as binding just to have an edge. So you could use it for piping, for binding, so you've just got a little edge showing. So you can use it for all sorts of things as well. It's because it's soft and it is a fabric, you can use it like a fabric as opposed to some leathers obviously are more difficult. And it's a lovely weight. It is a really beautiful weight. Good weight for bags. It's robust, it's dense. It's got a knitted background on the back there. But I would use a sharp needle, so a universal or a sharps, or even a Microtex. Use one that's at least 80-12 or maybe a 90-14. So a little bit thicker needle, a little bit more robust needle, because you're going to be going through layers. Yes, Kat's just saying, do you mind mixing the textures and things? Absolutely not. No, most modern machines nowadays can cope with that without any difficulty whatsoever. The only thing you might do is you might want to increase your stitch length. So you bear that in mind. It's always worth trying stitch lengths and things, combinations out on your sewing machine. So, I've got a message with a picture. Are we going to see the picture? Oh, look at this. Look at this. So this is what Georgina has made. So she's done it the other way round to me, but she's done exactly that. She's got some of the fabric and then she's got the top. Doesn't that look absolutely amazing? That really does look amazing. Handmade by Georgina, but that is the kind of bag you go and spend a lot of money in a shop, and you will get at least one, if not two, of those bags out of a ½ metre of each of those fabrics. So for, what does that make it? £14? So for £14, you could make two of those. If you went to buy that in the shop, you'd be spending a lot more money. You really would. And particularly when it's been handmade, but sort of designer made, as it has been. So well done, Georgina. Thank you. I like seeing that. As we were saying earlier, or Delphine and I were saying, it's so nice to see what people have done. Okay, so let's do some, let me do some hardware. So, handles. So we've got different types here. So these are quite simple. These are just bamboo handles. So this one in the wrapper, let me take it out. So can I take it out? Am I allowed to take it out? You can't really see very well through the wrapper, can you? So you'd need two, and these come individually, and they're £2.99. So you would have to, so what you probably do with this is I would make sort of like tabs, and then you'd have the tabs going around that and hanging, and the bag hanging off that. Or you could actually wrap the, sort of the top of the bag around it completely. So I'd have it coming out. So how you do that is up to you. But they're the two handles. Yeah, I think I'd have them up that way. Yeah. Yeah, I think they definitely go up that way. I'm just wondering if I've held them up the wrong way. So this is a darker bamboo and obviously larger, and they're £2.99 each, but you would need two of those to make the handles of a bag. And then this is a smaller one. Does it give me a size? So this one is 5 centimetres by 9 centimetres. It's definitely a summer bag, this, isn't it? This is a summer bag. It could be a beach bag. It could be just a lightweight summer bag to go with your new summer outfits. If you use the canvas, and I've got some lovely canvases to show you in a minute, you could use it for that as well. So this one is, what size? Do we know what size this one is? Okay, let me quickly measure for you, because I always think you need to know this if you're going to buy a handle. So the width of that is 19 centimetres, or in old-fashioned money, 7.5 inches. And the height of it is just under 13 centimetres, 5.25 inches. So that's a nice size. You could get quite a big bag coming off of that, and this is obviously for a smaller one. So really handy handle. How's that? Handy handles. Handy handles. So Anne, Can you emboss on the PU leather? You should be able to, but I don't know how you would emboss on it. You can certainly machine stitch on it. You can do machine embroidery on it. You can do anything on that you can do on leather. But remember that when on leather, the other side is suede, isn't it? So if you were embossing, you'd get the suede effect coming through, whereas on this it's knitted. It's not a particularly attractive underside. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not, it's not something you necessarily want to see coming through. So whilst you possibly can, I wouldn't say it's a particular technique to do. You can print, definitely you can print. You could do printing. You should be able to stamp on it. It's a case of trying, I think. Try these things out and do them. I would tend to stick to machine embroidery, machine stitching. Decorative machine stitching on pleather is lovely. You just have to make sure you're right first time, because obviously you can't unpick because you'll end up leaving loads of holes. But it does look really good. It looks really attractive, particularly if you use sort of punchy colours that can contrast beautifully. Pick up, maybe if you're going to mix up your fabrics and have a pattern fabric with some of the PU leather, pleather, then you pick out a colour from the pattern fabric. It can look really, really fabulous. So just had a message from Kate, who has bought all 4 of those confetti kits. I absolutely don't blame you. I think you're going to have so much fun. And you can do those lovely treescapes, and I think actually all 4 would be lovely because it's like all the seasons, isn't it? You've got all of those seasons. They do, don't they? So we've got like a wintry scene and then a summery scene, and then we had the autumnal scene. So definitely, I think, autumnal sold out, so you can't get that one. But don't forget, those fabrics are coming back on Tuesday with John. Okay, so more handles. So again, keeping on the sort of pleather look, we have black. Now these, you have got 2 handles in here, and these, let's see if I can very carefully unpick this. Oh, I'm going to open the brown, not the black. Hold on. I'm just doing it carefully so we can actually seal it back up again, because I'm not damaging it. I just want to show you what you get in the packet. I've used these handles myself to make bags. Now, black's now sold out, so we've only got the brown left. But what you get is you get a handle, a set length handle, and you get these little patches. So you can stitch the handle to the bag like that. And they've got holes in them already. So I should put them up that way, shouldn't I, really? So you haven't got to, and so you can hand stitch those in place. You can machine stitch, but you can hand stitch them in place, probably more easily. And just make sure you use something like buttonhole thread, or maybe embroidery floss or something. So it's a robust thread, so that you can get a nice thing. And you can do the thread to match, or you can make it look as if you've got this lovely contrast. So you could do a lovely contrast thread there. So it's already done. You do need to stitch it in place. And I think, the back has the instructions on how to attach these. So it's all in there, how to put these onto your bag. And it just gives your bag that sort of more professional looking finish, to have these lovely handles, particularly if you can't have the black now, but you could have the brown with the red, with the taupe. Grey you probably would have preferred to have the black, but it's not that bad. And the indigo. So they do look nice. They got a nice punchy look to them. So they are really lovely, and again, useful to have. I mean, I sort of, a bit like Kate, I bought a few sets of these, which I've got a bag making box, and I have handles, and I have other sliders and buckles and lock and twist buckles and things. Have them there, so if I suddenly think, I quite fancy making a bag or teaching a class making a bag, I have my supplies at the ready. And there's your 4 little patches. No, let's just ask, is my house just supplied? I have a room, and which was a garage once, and it's now my sewing workroom and office, and it's all very neat and tidy. IKEA shelves, boxes labelled. I am quite anal about this. Everything is very, very neat and tidy, I promise you. Okay, so these are 4 metal frame bags. So this is 19 centimetres, this is a bigger one, it's 19 centimetres. It's got the ball clasp, and this is a glue-in one, which means it's nice if you use fabric glue or some really good glue, good quality glue, and this is when these actually come in handy. But the way to do this, there's lots of instructions on the internet on how to do this, but what you do is to create your bag is you make your own pattern to fit your bag handle. So you'll lay that on a piece of paper or something, and then you'll draw down from that, however long or wide you want, maybe straight down, you can have it going out, and then you'll create it. So you'll create your pattern along here and down like this, and then you can make your bag. And then what you'll do is once you have made your bag outer, your bag lining, you put them together and you'll squeeze them into these and hold them in place. So you put glue in there, do one half at a time. Don't try and do both halves. So you do one half and then the other half. So they're really handy, they look really nice, and you can actually buy chain if you wanted to have a chain to go on that, or you just make it as a clutch. So you can get that on the Jewellery Maker website apparently. So that's a really nice size, 19 centimetres, and you can make really lovely bags, and they really don't take long. And you don't have that sort of worry about having to turn it through and everything, because you have the raw edges around the top, but they get tucked inside the frame and glued inside the frame. So they're finished nice and neatly without having to sort of turn through. So this is a little one. So you can make a little bag with this, or a purse size. Yeah, you could make a purse to go with a big. So if you're making a big leather PU bag with fabric, you could then make a little purse to go with it. And these make quite a nice gift as well, actually. So again, you've got that bobble thing, and they're glue-in ones. So they're very easily. So again, you make your pattern following that round here, and then continue down, and you can go out, or you can keep going straight. So that's up to you. But a little bit out looks quite nice. Oh yeah, that's an idea. So yeah, Kat's saying you could actually make mask holders to match your mask. So you can do all sorts with that. So that's like a purse size one, or a mask holder size one. Because you should always have your mask in a bag when you're not wearing it. So these, yeah, really lovely, really handy to have. Again, really don't take long to make. Lots of instructions online about these, or indeed in my books. Little bit more hardware. So this one, a swivel clip. So you can add that, or swivel, you can add that to your bag straps. You can add it to the side of a bag if you wanted to have keys. You can put it, sort of attach it with a tab to the inside so that you can have your keys attached to the inside of the bag. So that's quite useful to have. Have we just got the one colourway? This is it gunmetal? Bronze. Bronze, okay. And again, little instructions about what it's for. And this one here is slide buckle, a slide buckle. So this is when you want an adjustable straps. So there's 2 in there. And this is particularly for a 1-inch 25 millimetre strap width. So I think one of the shows I did recently, we had the webbing, which would fit through that. So you'd make the strap with the webbing and these slide buckles. And again, here's the instructions on the back for how to apply them, how to use them, which is really good. Adding bag hardware takes the bag from sort of homemade to handmade, if you know what I mean. It just makes it look a little bit more professionally finished, and it's so easy to do. One thing I like about the Hemline product actually is the fact that a percentage of every product sold goes to this charity, which helps support underprivileged and underfunded countries. So you'll see that a lot of them they have that on there, which tells you that that's a Hemline thing. Okay, bag bottom. So we were talking about, you know, how you can make the bag bottom, and this one's already done here. So this is by Prim, and again, full instructions on the back on how to do it. So it's really nice. It just takes a bag up from being sort of simple to being more professional. So you've got the holes already in there, so you can machine stitch it. If you machine stitch it, you've got to try and get that width. I don't think you'd get that. You'd end up with a stitch in between, if you see what I mean. But you could do it by machine. But you can also, of course, do it by hand, which is what the instructions tell you to do on the back. And you can combine it with pattern fabric, or indeed you could combine it with, we've still got the, did you say we haven't got the black anymore? You could combine it with one of the other PUs. So you put those two colours together, would be really, really, really kind of like elaborate, wouldn't it? And then if you did the stitching there with that indigo blue colour, it kind of like bring that in, make it look like a trim. Or you could add white trim and we could be patriotic, or it could be like a beach bag. So that is another, that's really handy. That is just enough for one bag. So it's a bag bottom with the instructions on the back on how to put it together. Should I say you should do that? You could make a pattern out of that bag back. So if you opened it all out, if you like the way that is, you could open this out, create that into a pattern before using it. Am I allowed to say that? Maybe not, maybe not. Let's move those to one side. But now we have got canvases. So again, these are fabrics that you can use for projects that need that stability, that sort of thicker, heavier weight fabric. And these are canvases, and they all 1/2 metre pieces. So again, you can buy 1 metre or 2 metres or 4 or 5 metres. You just multiply the number. Let's start with the neutrals. So this is grey. So this is sort of, there's 2 greys here. So this code on this one is GMLJ30. So this is charcoal. This is charcoal grey. So if we open it out, you see a lovely big piece again. So again, look at that. Lovely big piece there. And don't forget, again, you might go for the grey. You don't have to go, I mean, we've got them in colour things, but they're all individual. £3.99 per piece. So if you wanted 2 metres or 1 metre, it would be £3.99 twice, and you would get 1 metre. It would be cut to your order. So it's a nice, robust weight of fabric, really good for things like this. But you could also use this sort of fabric to make cushion covers for the garden. You know, you can sort of use it to make cushion covers that need to be durable. They won't be waterproof, but I've never, so Eau-de-Cote is something you can use. I've never used Eau-de-Cote, but I did have it on one of the shows I did before, and it's a fabulous product. It's something I do need to get. I'm still not sure whether that would make them completely waterproof because of the stitching. You'd probably have to have attached seam sealant as well. That go nick all these seams. Because otherwise, it's like when you make waterproof clothing, you stitch it, and therefore the holes that you create from the stitching will let in water, so you have to then seal those with a seam sealant. So anyway, we have 1/2 metre. We have, I'm going to get to that one, I like that one. So black is black. I don't really need to open it up, and all it will do is look like we've gone off air because it's black. So it's lovely black, nice robust fabric. This is the pewter, did you say? This is pewter. Yes, that's the right number. So it is pewter. So this is a nice grey as well. It's kind of like a bluey grey, this one. It's a lovely big piece. I like the colour of that one. And I like, you know, the fact you could combine it again, you know, with prints. So think of that as well. So if you're buying some plains, you may buy quite a few of these plains, because again, they're quite useful to have. You could make a stripe bag. You know, you can use your plains. You could use the plains for applique. You can use the plains for borders and trim, and then add the other bits. Elliot just said, could you use it for confetti art? I would hazard a guess the answer is probably no, because it's too heavy. You could do it if you were having fine confetti, but as soon as you start layering it, you saw how much Delphine put on. She put loads on, didn't she? If you put layers and layers of this on, you'd be trying to get through an awful lot of layers. So I would think it's too thick. I will ask her when she comes back in, though. She's the person that knows. This, and I like this. So this is an oatmeal colour. What do we call this? Vanilla? Cream. Okay. That's a disappointing name, I feel, because it is cream, but it has little black flecks in it, which I think makes it look like vanilla. Because it's got that, it's got that real vanilla look to it. It's got little flecks, so it's called cream, but it's vanilla cream. I've renamed it vanilla cream. So this is really lovely. I like this colour. This is really useful to have. It's almost like ticking colour. If anybody knows what ticking is, it's actually what used to be made. Mattresses would be made of ticking in the old days. Back in my youth. So yeah, this is. Do you know what else you could use this for, which is really nice? You can use this for or any of these colours for chef's aprons. Things like that. So you want an apron that's got this heavy duty, nice big pockets on it. So it would be really good for that sort of thing as well. So I like that colour. This is cream, or in my words, it's vanilla. Now let's look at the blues. I'm just going to have a quick, if you don't mind, you look at those for a second while I quickly have a slurp of my coffee. So, sorry, I had to have a slurp of coffee. Looking at the navies now, or the blues, all the blues here. So we've got 3 colours of blue here. So we've got very much a navy blue, I think. Let's start with this one. It's all the same. It's all this lovely wide fabric, 140 wide, lovely feel to it, nice dense fabric. I'm just, sorry, every now and then I'm stopping because Elliot's asking me about other things it can make, and I'm pausing to think, would it make a suit? Yes, you could make a suit because it is that weight. You could certainly make a jacket out of it, but I'm not sure how comfortable it would be. Because I think it's more of a craft fabric as opposed to a dressmaking one, so I'm not sure it would be particularly comfortable to wear. Probably not, no. And I'm just thinking, looking at that as well, I've just creased the corner, so when you go into the fabric shop, and the fabric shop hates the fact that you do this, but you do it. So you get the meter and you just crunch the corner up, see what the recovery is like, and how creased it is. That creases, so as a garment, a bit linen-y, you know what I mean? So it would crease a bit like linen. So if you like that crumpled look. But yeah, so I would think keep this more to crafting generally, I would say. So that is a lovely blue. And then we've got teal. Now this teal is gorgeous colour. So this is a teal. This is a beautiful colour. I actually have a dress. I've got this dress. Look, see this dress, look? This is a Vogue pattern. It's really simple to make. Now I've made this in this kind of teal colour as well. Now, again, what I'm seeing on the monitor here it makes this look very blue. This is much greener looking. So I'm not sure what your colour you're getting at home, but it's a beautiful teal. It's like a peacock, yes, Kat. It's a peacock colour. It's really, really beautiful. It's a lovely, lovely colour. Goes with all sorts as well. I mean, this sort of colour goes with grey. It goes with black. It even goes with red, as you can see. It goes with everything. It's one of those colours that you can mix and match and put all of these different colours with, and it would suit. So it's a really lovely colour to have. I'd definitely put a bit of this in your box because it's one of those colours that you'll use at some point. So it's really worth having. And at that price, at £3.99, I think it's an amazing price for half a metre of fabric. And then this one is sky blue. I thought it had a fleck, but I think it's just got fluff. It's just a bit fluffy from something else. It's not Delphine's fluff, it's somebody else's fluff. So yes, it's a lovely sky. It's a really nice light blue, but it's a very pretty blue actually. It's sort of almost ice blue. It's lovely, really nice. So this would make lovely accents for things. Or again, if you're thinking about something for the summer, you know, can you imagine these lovely bamboo handles with this lovely light blue, and you could possibly put a little bit of these colours in. Look at that as a colour palette. So you can, you know, think about this not as individual pieces. We are selling them as individual pieces, but think about possibly getting more than just one colourway, because they're a very good deal. £3.99 for half a metre. That makes it a very good buy. And of course they're 140 wide, so you've got a lovely width there as well. So that's those three. Oh, pinks. So I've just got the two in the pinks. So I've got this sort of dusky pink. What's it called? Is it called dusky pink? Just called pink. Yeah, just, oh, poor thing. It's only called pink. It's definitely a dusky pink. It's a very soft, almost vintagey pink, I think. Got that vintage feel to it. It's the same weight as all of them. It's a lovely weight, 140 wide, so a really nice wide piece of fabric. And again, this is yes, you did used to get toilets of this colour, and actually in the house I used to live in and lived in for 20 odd years, we only recently changed from a pink bathroom suite. Yes. Very, very 70s that was, to have those colourful suites. You don't want them. You really don't. You'll regret it. So that's a lovely dusty pink. And then we've got coral. So this is another, again, this is the colour that we saw earlier when we were looking at these Spectrastatics, that it had that colour in it, didn't it? So this is really lovely. This is coral. This is a really great colour. It goes with so much, it really does. And again, you know, you can bring in some of the other colours and do combinations because they go well together. Obviously the lights, and then you can even bring in something like this teal. Looks beautiful with this coral too. So you know, do sort of think about a collection of these and how you could combine them, because they really do go well together. Have I messed up my colourways now? They do go well with digital printed canvases. Let's bring those on. That one maybe not with this one, but that one goes with this one. That one perhaps goes better with that one. Or as we said earlier, have a pop of colour. Switch it out. It's really nice, I think. So yes, they do. And of course they go with the pleathers or the PU leathers. So this lovely coral, and then the final collection of these is the purples with a red. So purple with red. Hey, but I like purple with red. I think they go nicely together. So they're the three colours we've got, and they do go nicely together. They go beautifully. So first off, we're starting with lilac. This one is, there it is. It's CWLJ47. So this is lilac. So this again, I would say it's sort of like an antique lilac. It's a grey lilac. It's a subtle, it's very nice, and it will give you sort of a vintage feel to things. Has that sort of look about it. So it's a really nice, it hasn't got a fleck, it had a fluff. So that's a really nice lilac colour. Again, don't forget, it's half a metre and it's 140 wide. And 140 wide is, I think, 54 inches. Is it? Right, okay, lovely. 54, 55 inches wide. And then we have the darker one. So this is lavender. This is definitely lavender, isn't it? Fairly close to where I live. There's lavender fields in, I don't know what time of year it is, probably about June or July, when lavender's around. And it is beautiful. I mean, not only does it smell beautiful, but it's beautiful to look at. So this is a really lovely colour. But as I say, all of these, to me, this particular grouping have that kind of vintage look, colour to them. They're not sort of bright. It's not bright lavender. This has got a tone, sort of a softer look to it. Yeah, it's very pretty colour. We're having a discussion in the production department. Is it Spanish lavender or French lavender, or is it British lavender? It's French, okay, but whatever. It's lovely. This is red. This is British pillar box red, apparently. So I would say scarlet. It's brilliant. It's a really brilliant red, and it is. It's lovely. Really pop. That colour pops. That looks gorgeous. It looks lovely with a print, and it will also go, if you can imagine, the navy, the grey. You know, any of these, or the taupe. Look at that, with red. I'm not even the red and red. You know, they're not quite the same colour, but they are. If you see what I mean. But because of the matteness of the pleather, it looks darker, but it is the same shade, so they go well together. And you can even add. You can see I like this one. I keep bringing this one back in, can't you? So they go beautifully, and that will be that would create a really special, lovely bag. That really would, or cushion cover. Lots of different things. So don't forget. I'm just putting those to one side so I can fold this up again. Don't forget that if you've already bought something, you can buy something else, and the post and package you've paid earlier covers you for the rest of the day. So it's one post and package for the whole day, which is $3.95. So you can check out again and again and again, but do check out each time. I know it means you'll have lots of little individual payments on your credit card, but you don't want to, apparently not. Apparently it all gets compiled at the end of the day. But what you don't want to do is miss out on something that we're going short on, because we are short on that lovely sewing machine that we mentioned earlier. We've got two left, and that's all. So we will probably sell out of those. And we have just popped on this H. I wish they didn't go to numbers. They used to call it lightweight, medium weight, that sort of thing. And they call it by numbers. So this is H640. It's a fusible wadding. And we think we would call this medium weight. So it's a fusible wadding. You get a metre, did you say? Unless somebody's taken a chunk out of it. No, you get a metre's piece, except for this one, because we've been using it. We've been using it for something else. So this is what you get. And again, this is something I would have. I have a cupboard with lots of bits of interfacing in. You'd be surprised to know. It's something to have at home, because if you're making a project and you suddenly think, I want this. I mean, if I make cushion covers, I'll often put wadding behind the front of the cushion, whether I'm appliquing on it or doing some patchwork on it or just doing decorative stitches, because it gives it that little bit more 3D element. So having wadding in your store cupboard is really useful, and is at the price of it, $9.99 for a metre. And what width is it? It comes pre-cut, so it looks like it's 90 wide, or not quite 90 wide, 90 wide. So it comes pre-cut. So at this time, if you buy 3 metres, you'll get 3 times 1 metre. So, yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter, because you can just literally butt them up against each other, because they are fusible, so you would fuse them together. Or if you need to and feel you're more confident doing that, you can just lap edges and big zigzag stitch down it to hold 2 pieces together if you need. For instance, if you were quilting. But this is really good. I mean, you need padding in your bag making because you want the bag to sort of stand up on its own, not just flop. So if you have something like this inside, it's lovely, which is why, again, if you're going to be using this and this and this, you want to use a good robust needle, probably a 90/14, even going up to a size 16, 116. The reason I'm giving you two numbers, for those that don't know, is that needles, they have two sizes in UK and American. I can never remember which one's which. So 100 is a 16, a 90 is a 14, etc. So that's what you're looking for, sort of more robust needles. Start with a new needle with every project, and then you wouldn't have a problem. We do sell needles on the website, both machine and hand needles. And again, you know, I would urge and encourage you to have a selection of needles in your armoury, because it's always useful to have the right needle for the right job. It makes a hell of a difference. If you have a needle that's too big for the fabric, you'll leave holes. If you have a needle that's too small, the fabric will gather and of course the needle might break. If you have a blunt needle because you haven't changed it, you can get skipped stitches. So having the right needle for the job really makes a difference. Let's recap the fabrics. So which one shall we go to first? Oh, fabric clips. Let me look at the fabric clips first, because we just briefly looked at those. These are really good. And I mean, you can, if you needed to, you can colour coordinate. You could put orange next to single notches and blues next to doubles or whatever, or end of zips, you could use reds. But also they do come sort of, they do open up quite wide. So you can put quite a chunky bit in there, much more than you could a pin. You couldn't put a pin through all that comfortably, but you can put a zip, a clip. And also, of course, when you're, I'm going to say pinning, but you're not pinning, but when you're putting things together that you don't want to make holes in and leave holes in, it's a good idea to use the clips rather than pins anyway. So it just holds things together. Yeah, I mean, traditionally they're made for quilting, and that's why I say I actually don't have these at home. So I think last time I said, and I got told off for saying I use bulldog clips, which is not a good idea. I know. I think that was Hannah's. Yeah, she said, "Oh no." And I wouldn't recommend using bulldog clips because they rust and they can leave rust marks on your fabric. So these little pack of, did you say 50 in here? 50 in there. So that's plenty. That is absolutely plenty to use in this little bag. And can I make a suggestion that when you've got a bit of fabric remnant left, make a little bag for them. In fact, make a little bag with, so you could make them into your own little purse, look. And wouldn't that make a nice little gift for somebody? You can make a little metal framed purse with clips in as a gift. Always nice to have a little gift for something, isn't it? Oh, all right. Okay. All right. So okay. So apparently, I didn't know that, and I know quite a lot about needles, and I've written a lot about needles, but I didn't know. And who was it that told us this? Helen. So Helen said that the smaller number is the US number, so the 10, 12, 14 is the US number, and the larger number is actually millimetre. So a 70 is 7 millimetre. There. Thank you, Helen. See, you can always learn. Nobody knows everything. So that's, and I saw if I can remember that in my head. Smaller is America, which doesn't kind of work, does it? Maybe that's the thing, opposites. Americas. Okay, so what we have coming up after the break, I can't believe an hour's gone already, having a look at all these lovely things. What we're coming up after the break is Delphine Brooks with me again, and she's going to be doing this needle felting. Have we got a picture? Look at these pictures. They are absolutely amazing. 2 kits available and a starter kit of the tools if you need them, but you can actually make these. It would take you about a day to make them, so any demonstration you're going to just see a little bit of it, but it is, again, it's quite therapeutic, you know, because basically you can think of Think of whatever's made you angry. Get stress busters. Definitely so. And we've also got, and you've got to have this, even if you don't need it, you've got to have it. We have got this really nifty little pincushion. So you'll see that in the next hour. So join me in just a couple of minutes.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Wendy Gardiner, and I'm joined again by Delphine Brooks. As you all know her far better than me. She's wonderful and multi-talented. Now, she's back to join me this hour with some needle felting. We haven't had this before, have we? This is new.
We've done it. I've done it a couple of times. I've not done it for a while,
but not things like this.
I haven't done sheep. First time on sheep, but otherwise I've done landscapes and trees.
Okay, so you've done, because that is, I mean, the needle felting, we were chatting earlier, and the needle felting that I know mostly is the 3D little animals and things. And honestly, if you'd asked me earlier before I'd come here today and said, do you want to do a needle felted landscape? I'd think, nah, not really, until I saw these. Have we got pictures of these needle felted? These are the kits that you're going to get the chance to buy today. If we can look at these. 2 individual kits, look. They are absolutely beautiful. They really are beautiful. We're going to start with the starter pack though, because just in case, because this is the last day of Learn a New Craft. I'm going to put my little friend away for a minute. You can get a starter pack, and this starter pack includes a foam felt block, So this is what you felt into, and you're going to be showing us. You've actually got a different block there, haven't
Yeah,
you?
only because I don't want to mess up one of your nice ones.
So this is a block, so obviously you can't felt into the table. Or don't do it on your legs. No, not on your lap without a block. And then you also get the tools. So there's 3 tools here. This one has got 7 needles in it. And they are, yeah, I can open it. They are inside a sort of protective shield. So I can open it. It's easy enough to open and shut again. So it's inside this protective shield. And then when you put that down, do you have to twist it or anything?
Yeah, it's like a safety catch on the top.
Oh yeah, hold on. So I twist that, and then, can you see? That goes in, and can you see? So when you go in and out, they're barbed, you see. So the needles have all got like little barbs on them, and the idea is that they snag fibres together. So what you'll do, I don't want to do it too much in this because I'm making hole in this lovely new one, but as you push it down, the guard goes up and the needles go into the fibres. That's how it works. So I'm just going to lock that back. I haven't seen one with a lock before, so that's actually quite handy. Particularly when you don't want, if you leave it around, you don't want a child trying it on their legs.
Yeah.
Particularly as the needles are barbed, it would be quite painful to pull out again. So instructions on the back, and this is in the starter kit. So you get the block, you get the 7 felting needle, but you also get one that has 3. And another one that has 1. So you'll use these, as we're going to be told by Delphine in a minute, for the more delicate little bits, maybe the eyes and things like that. Sounds horrible, doesn't it? Poking the eyes. So that is the starter kit. If you've already got this and this, but you might want those, you can buy those individually. Oh, so sorry, the 7 one's already sold out. So if it's a kit, you can still buy it, but you can't buy it individually. You can buy the foam block on its own, $1.99, and you can then buy. Oh right, you can't anymore. Sorry, just that now. So it's already been. We said it was available pre-sale, and it's now sold. Let's start with the lavender one here. So this is what you get. So you get a kit. So you get a kit, and the kit will make the picture.
Yeah, there's enough to probably go bigger or even make 2.
Okay, so what you get in the kit is enough to make the picture that you've seen, and we'll show again, or 2, or that one but bigger. Isn't that gorgeous? That looks, I mean, Kat said she promises you can make this. I have to say, I look at that and I think, my goodness, that looks so clever. But look at this. This is the instruction. Yet again, the instruction book comes with it, and it's very clear on how to do it. It shows you bit by bit how to build it up, how to add. So you can see like the one needle here for the little witty sheep. So it's showing you all the way how to do every bit. Oh, and you do some sewing as well. So there's stitching as well on this. So this is really nice. Is there any French knots?
Loads.
Oh, there's loads. We're all right. We thought we were going to go for a whole day without a French knot. We're fine. We've got a French knot or 2. I love French knots. I think they're really, really good too. So this is beautiful. I just love it. And I'm hooked. I'm now definitely converted into needle felt and landscape. So this is the lavender one. So not only do you get this lovely book with all of the instructions, including how to make a French knot, if you don't yet know, you also get a piece of felt. So a nice piece of felt, 6 skeins of embroidery, 5 skeins of embroidery. So and this one there'd be purples and greens, so they go with it. And then you've got 3 little balls of
It's ball.
This is carded.
It's all been. I get it from a lady up in Scotland, and Zoe Robson. I think she'll be watching. She rears all her own sheep, and she's got up to about 40 different breeds of sheep, and she cards it herself. She dyes it herself, and that's why each one is complete. It's got all the different blends in, so each ball is completely unique. So not each ball's exactly the same. It's pure wool.
So it's really beautiful.
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
And what I like about it, and I don't know if you can see, but you can see there's shades of colour.
Yeah.
It's not a solid colour. So it's variegated colours. So again, that actually kind of like adds detail without adding detail.
Exactly. It makes it much easier to create the picture.
Yes.
Rather than it just being one
But
colour.
I like the way that's, because I've, as we were saying earlier, I've done lots of machine needle felting, and I have got loads of the wool cops and things that are solid colour.
Yeah.
But this is beautiful. I love the fact that you've got the variegated colours. And as you say, you can make a lavender croft picture, as we've shown here. I like the we here again. As we've shown, this is the one I made earlier. This one I made earlier, yeah. Yeah, Kat and I popped this together between 6 and 8 this morning. It would seriously take you about a day,
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, obviously I can do them a bit quicker now because I do them quite a lot. But if to take your time on it, it's one of those projects you don't want to rush it. You just want to take your time.
Just take your time
and enjoy it.
Yeah. This is $24.99 for this. So this is what you get. Obviously, you don't get the frame. That's how you frame it is up to you. That's what you get, and that's the lavender. And then let's look at the hello you. A little pun on words. So again, exactly the same instructions.
Yep.
But obviously, this one is photographed with the you.
That's right.
There we are. So it's exactly the same instructions on how to. So all very, very, very detailed, showing you how to do it, how to build it up bit by bit, and then how to add the stitching once you've built up your design. And again, look what you get. You get your felt, 5 embroidery flosses. So they're colours to go with this one. And again, you have the 3 small balls of this beautiful Scottish, hand-reared, hand-dyed, which is incredible, wool, carded wool. I want to call it wool tops, but it isn't, because that's a different kind,
it's
isn't
like
it?
a woven.
So it's like it's lovely. But it's fact that it's variegated, which gives so much detail without actually having to add lots of little bits of colour. It does it all just by doing this. So really lovely. So, okay, I've just been told starter kit, you've had it, sold out, that's gone. Both of these kits are extremely, extremely popular. And just before we go to Delphine to do her demo, I want to show you my little ewe. Isn't this cute? Look at this little ewe. It's nothing to do with needle felting, other than the fact it's still a sheep. But it's a little pincushion. It's almost, I do feel it's a little bit cruel to put pins in him, really. But he's got little glasses. I think it's a she. Is it a she? I don't know. I'm not looking for that kind of body parts. I was just looking to see whether it looked like a female face. No, it could be either, I think. I don't think so. It's definitely his own unique look. And Kat's she just had to put it on there because she's fallen in love with it. And I've got to agree. Even though I have got pin cushions, you still need another one, don't you? Oh, right. Okay. You don't really expect me to remember all of that message. So who was the message from? Dawn. So Dawn has basically said, as she told you yesterday, this takes her breath away. She thinks it's amazing.
Aww.
And she can't believe it. And she's really excited that you're showcasing this side of your talent.
Oh, thank you, Dawn. That was, I remember a message from her yesterday.
Did you? So that's lovely. And of course,
that's lovely. Thank you.
It's nice, isn't it, to get that? And of course, we're equally thrilled that you're here doing it with us, because you're taking a technique that I've seen many times
Mm-hmm.
into a new dimension. And adding the stitch and everything too. I think it's, I'm excited for you
Transforms
to
it.
get going and show everybody.
I'll show you
So
just
which
how
one are
easy
you
it is.
working with?
What I will do, I think I'm going to do the lavender one just to show you the fields, but I can show a couple of the bits out of the Hello You one as well as we go along.
Okay.
Yeah. Right then, so all you
Take it
need
away.
is your felt, your piece of felt. I tend to work with a 5-inch square only because that's the perfect size for the frames that I use, and also working on bigger pieces, I tend to, it takes me a long time, so I'd rather do lots of little pictures rather than really lots of big ones, if that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
think I quite like the size of this
Yeah.
picture actually. Can I ask where you got your frames?
IKEA.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There we go.
Meatballs is all I
That's
can say.
it. But if you do want to put it in a frame and you haven't got that size, then just cut your piece of felt to match the aperture of your frame. So make sure it's on a block. If you are doing it on the sofa or on your lap or anything, make sure you put a tray underneath because you don't want the needles to go through.
Because
if
they
you
are
get
quite,
those,
some of them are quite long,
they're-
aren't they?
That's right, and they can be very sharp. And if you
Yes.
get one of those in your leg, it's going to hurt not just on the way in, but on the way out as well. So be careful. Okay, so you've got your wool.
Elliot wants to know, have you stabbed your stone?
Mm,
No, because she's more sensible than I.
I don't
'Cause
know.
I probably would have done. Because I probably would have put the block on my lap and then realised that wasn't a good idea.
Yeah.
I haven't done it. But,
Find
you
out
know,
the hard way.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I would do.
So there's also tiny little bits of silk and bamboo in some of them that she puts in as a blend. So there's little nuggets of loveliness there. So there's like little bits of silk and things. So they really are, each one is completely individual. When you put the wool on the top, you want to be quite stingy with it. If you put too much on, it'll be too bulky. And then when you come and stitch over the top, you'll lose the stitches. So just lay it over the top. Doesn't matter if it goes over the sides. And then just hold it down. Be careful of your fingers. After saying I've not hurt myself, I'll probably do it live on air. And then just stab it all over the top. And don't worry about if you've got little gaps. Again, that will act as a natural highlight or low light, depending on how dark the fabric is. And this bit comes together really quite quick. And already, because she's done the wool so beautifully, it already looks like a sky.
It does. I think that's the thing that I think is particularly unique about these. The fact that you've got these blended wools that means you haven't got to put white and then a little bit of blue and then a little bit of purple and then a little bit of... It's all done, isn't it?
It's all done for you, yeah. And like I said, she's ever so clever. And
again, this is, we were talking about earlier about, if you make a bag and what you'd pay for it if you went and bought it. It's a similar thing. If you went to a craft market and bought this picture that you have done,
yeah.
I mean, rightly so, it would cost you an awful lot of money.
It would,
If it's taken you a day, and so should it. But you can do this. You can do this at home. You can do it over a few days. It can be something you do for an hour or so in the evening.
There we go. So I'll use
and what a gift as well.
Yeah, they're beautiful gifts, and also, the more everything is practice, isn't it? And I've also said before, I don't mind people making them to sell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't mind at all. If anything, we've all got to make a few quid. So
Yeah.
if they make them, they want to sell them, then yeah.
Good.
Carry on.
That's quite nice to know. It is actually, because obviously a lot of people, and I can totally understand, want to hang on to the copyright of their designs and their ideas, and I could totally get that. So yeah, I think that's really nice. So you're now just using...
I'm just using the single tool, and all this does, it's almost like using like a paintbrush. All I'm doing is blending it all together just to take away the holes, and that's already given me a really pretty sky.
So you're not punching in and out this time, you're just kind of like going across the top.
Just combing it a little bit just to smooth it all out. And you can manipulate the fibres as well. And also the best thing about needle felting is if you don't like it, you can just pull it back off. You can just rip it off and start again.
Just show us the reverse of it a second. So you can see can you see how the fibres have sort of been pushed through? And what did you use as your base fabric?
The felt.
So we've got green felt.
Yeah, it's just a piece that I had.
Yeah.
So I just quickly grabbed that one. So there we are. We'll do the sky. And then again, these grass blends, look at those. Beautiful colours in
I think they're gorgeous. Again, you don't have to keep matching and putting all those colours in, because grass isn't a colour, is it? It's not one colour.
No, not at all.
It is tonal, so that's really nice.
So if you want to, if you wanted to just be a straight, you know, flat horizon, that's fine. Or you can make it a bit hilly. You could have a couple of hills. Again, make it completely individual to you. You know, not everyone's doesn't have to always be the same. If we're all the same,
Elliot wants a mountain.
Does he now? Love him.
You always get one, don't you? Always get one.
It's always Elliot.
Oh look, you've got a little hill going on there now. Is that right for you, Elliot? You've got a little hill going on.
There you go, Elliot. I'll give you a hill.
So you're just using your single needle at the moment there?
I'm just using my single needle just to get the shape. So I'm thinking just to manipulate the wool, just get the shape. And then, I like that. It looks like it's like a little valley there, doesn't it? Already?
It does, doesn't it?
Again, I haven't done anything fancy there. The wool's done all that for me. So.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to use the bigger tool because it's really good to just get it all pushed into the fabric really quickly.
And the thing about using these ones that we've got or had on sale, because we haven't anymore because we've sold out, but hopefully they'll come back another day, because they've got those guards, those needles aren't as long, are they?
No, they're
so
a bit
it's
shorter.
less likely to push through the whole felting pad onto you, to be honest. So still put it on a tray, but you know, less like those single needles you've got are more dangerous from that point of view.
They are,
they?
definitely.
So these ones that we've got here are sort of a better bet from that point of view.
So I'm very lightly, because this will be where a lot of my stitches will be, is in the foreground. So
yeah.
I'm only very lightly putting a bit more green on, just to slightly cover it up.
Okay, so I'm noticing you're going quite far down on the green, so you'll put the purple on top of that.
Yes, because you want the green to come through ever so slightly as well, because again, when you see lavender fields, it's not all...
What time of year do I see the lavender fields?
It is the summer, I think,
isn't it?
It is.
I was just saying, oh look, you know, quite close to me there's these beautiful lavender fields, and I thought, oh, but I can't remember what time of year it is.
Yeah, because I live near the Cotswolds, so you've got Snows Hill lavender fields there, haven't you? Cotswold lavender. And I'm sure that's in the summer, because both times I've been, it's been really, really warm.
Yeah.
So it must be summer. My mother-in-law's probably shouting at the telly now,
I was
because
going to say,
she knows the flowers.
Please, somebody out there, can you just message us and
Messaging
put us out of our ignorance?
There we are. And so I'm just putting the light
so you just
lilac
put the
over the
lilac
top.
on. And again, this is tonal, isn't it? So it's not just one flat colour. Oh, I want to know how you get your sheep, because you haven't got any white.
Oh, but there is white in the sky blend. Because you only need a very small amount, you see.
Yeah.
There we are.
Very clever, isn't it? It's so clever. So do you do this a bit at a time and build it up?
Yeah, for these bits, because you just want to... when I do a picture like this, I just have an image in my head of what I want to achieve. But then as you go along, it sort of changes shape, changes... I don't know, when I look at a picture, I think, oh, the one that I want to start with doesn't necessarily be what I end up finishing with. Does that make sense?
It does, definitely.
Because already I'm seeing valleys and all sorts, you know.
You're creating. Well, as you say, each one is unique, isn't it? Because you're laying it out differently. And so your instruction sheet, oh goodness, I've just knocked, I can't say Sean the sheep, can I? You have to give him another name. Just knocked Snowy over. Your instructions are very clear on how to put it all together, but how you decide to lay it, as you've done, the undulating or otherwise, is up to you, isn't it?
That's it. It's completely up to you. And in the instructions, I've not only do I give give you the instructions, you know, word for word of what to do, but I also give the images of me doing the actual felting. But I've also given you diagrams as well, so there's 3 different explanations of how to achieve it, so you can do it exactly the same, or you can just go off piece a little bit and do it your own.
Yeah, again, I think this is lovely because it's a learning thing, so you can follow it religiously, And then having done that, you can then think, do you know what, I'm going to try, and then you've got some other ideas for them to try, which is lovely.
There we are. So I'm quite happy with that.
Oh, this is so cute.
There we are.
So so the instructions are pretty much the same, but the pictures vary because of the different things. So you've got a few different, obviously you've got the stitching is different, isn't it?
Yes.
Presumably, the stitching will be different.
Yeah, and
but the process is the same.
The process is the same. So to get the sheep, what you do, in between this sky wool and there's in the Hello You one, there's also a lighter wool with a bit of green in.
Yeah.
You only need a little whisper, just a tiny little bit. So almost only a few fibres. You really don't need an awful lot. And all you're going to do is simply scrumple it up a little ball. That's all you do. Now bear in mind that you only need a tiny little bit, but when we start to felt it, it will go smaller, so bear that in mind when you're making the sheep. But also, you want them to be different sizes. So the sheep that are closer to the foreground, you want them to be bigger, and then the further away they go, little small ones. And that will really bring you into the picture and give a sense of depth to the picture.
Yeah, definitely. Now, what happens if, sorry, I'm always the one that wants to know what if.
You're the one that always wants to putting your hand up.
what happens if you've created your little bobble and you've felted it, and then you think, no, that's not big enough? Can you add to it?
You can add to it, or you can take it off and redo it.
Right.
Yeah,
so you're not committed once you've done it.
No.
And you're using a single needle.
So yeah, this is where you put it. You decide where you're going to put it onto your picture, and as you can see with this one, I'm not going directly in the middle. I'm actually going in the side, and go. Careful of your fingers. And you want to go round and round and round.
Because you want it to still have that 3D look to it, don't
That's
you?
right. And the more you do it, as you can see, the rounder it's going to go. And it's also going to get smaller. There we are.
Okay, so we've just been told by the Oracle, that is Heather, that lavender is in the summer because that's when the bees go mad for it.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, it's a learning day
I should
today.
know that because our new house, we only moved in November, but all down the side of the house, we've got loads of lavender bushes all down the side, so it's going to be lovely in the summer.
That's going to be lovely. Full of bees, mind.
Yeah. I'll be making lots of lavender bags.
Yeah.
There we are. So he's quite a big sheep. But again, if I wanted to make him smaller, you could just keep going and going.
Okay, so to make him smaller, you don't try and pinch a bit off. You just keep going until you make him smaller.
You can pinch a little bit off. The more you do, the more you felt, obviously the harder it's going to be, because that's quite firm now. That's not going anywhere, unless I pulled it off and started again. There we are. Let's do another one.
Oh, look.
So you go in. I'm going to make this one a little bit smaller. I have done a placement guide on the diagram as well to see where you want to.
Yes, you have. Yes.
Where you want to put position the sheep.
I'll put my head out of the way so you don't have just the top of my head. But yeah, you can see, and the little T shape for the eyes and nose. That's hand stitching.
That's hand stitched. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's a little bit smaller.
This is so cute. And I just love the fact that what I'm liking about this is it's more than one discipline. So you're needle felting, and then you're going to do some hand stitching, which actually I've got into. I mean, I'm very much a machine. If it can be done by machine, you do it by machine. But I've actually got into a bit of hand stitching lately, because I said to you, I've actually done a cushion cover, which initially was to show a sewing machine at its best. I did loads and loads of rows of decorative stitching in lots of different colours, and then in between that I've hand stitched, so it's absolutely full with stitch, hand and machine, and I'm really pleased with that. I'm really pleased with the finished look.
Yeah, I want to see this cushion.
Yeah, I'll have to post a picture of it. I'll put it on Sewing Street if I can work out how to do that, because I'm a bit of a technophobe. I will put it on.
But no,
well, yeah, Eric says, get my lads to help me. They despair of me, I have to say. They think I should know how to do all these things.
But when you say, this is, you know, you're doing two different medias, really, aren't you? I've actually done it with in part of a quilt. I should have brought it in, actually. I will bring it in. I did a cathedral window quilt. I did it for Malvern Quilts, I think. And in the centre of each of the cathedral windows, I did a needle felted picture in each one with hand stitching. It took me forever to do it.
Oh, I'd love to see that. Yes, you must.
It took me a long time to do that.
I think this. Well, you are a mixed media artist, aren't you? That is the whole point. That you use lots of different mediums in order to create art.
Yes. It did start, you know, when I was little. It was always drawing, charcoal, painting, and then when I did my A levels, I did my textiles.
You're ageing yourself.
Yeah.
I stopped saying my qualifications. That ages me too.
But then, then I had a complete detour, didn't I? I ended up in the military, then in the police, and then eventually came back to it. But back when I was into textiles, that was when I really sort of stopped painting, because I just saw these fabrics as a whole new way. So a lot of people were doing dressmaking. I was like, I want to do drawings with a sewing machine, and you know.
It is different. I mean, I've got two sisters, both of whom are very talented, but my sister Karen is an artist, and she's on her second career now, and she is, her painting is absolutely sublime. They're so good, they look like photographs. They are just, and she does a lot of landscapes, but she also does pet portraits and things as commissions.
I do
and
pet portraits.
They're absolutely beautiful. She really is a fine artist. And her grandson, so it's my great nephew, he's actually at uni doing art. And my niece, her daughter, she's very talented. She's multi-craft talented, and you know, we are a crafty family. I learnt to sew from my mother, as did my two sisters, and I now teach my mother.
Oh, really?
So it's gone full circle. So it is nice, and it's something we have in common, that we all have our different talents.
What do you like sewing the most?
Oh, dressmaking.
Dressmaking. And I wish everyone could see your shoes that you're wearing. She's got the most incredible shoes on. That's the first thing I saw. I was like, whoa, loving the shoes.
Have you taken your shoes off, haven't you?
I can't sew. No, I can stand up without my shoes on when I'm here. The thing is, when I'm sewing here with a pedal, you don't sew with your shoes on at home. Well, I don't anyway. So I always take my shoes off. And I know I'm using the sewing machine now, but I'm so used to being a certain height. Yes. And I don't want to be too high because it shows my tummy.
I know.
Shoes on.
I do that when I'm at the shows, though, because I'm actually known for my shoes, and I wear glorious high heels. I'm going to have to stop wearing these huge high heels, but anyway, I still do. And I wear them behind the workshop desk, because I'm on the workshop desk, and then every now and then I just shrink about 6 inches because I've taken my shoes off. And I have been known, when I have to go from one area to the other at the show, I take my shoes off and I have them in my hand as I'm running barefoot to the next place, because they really are not walking shoes. They are carter bar shoes, but they always go beautifully with my clothes. I have shoes that go with my clothes.
You must show them your shoes.
I'll have to take one off.
Take one off.
I don't really want to hike my leg up that high.
I thought about doing that, and I thought, I can't be hip.
There's my shoe. Can you see my shoe? This is...
They're beautiful.
They are beautiful, aren't they? Yeah. And these aren't too bad. They've only got little heels.
Oh, I couldn't walk in those.
These ones aren't too bad. I say I will wear one of my other pairs. I bought a lovely pair. I'll wear it another time and show you. And I was going on holiday back in the days when you could go on holiday, and the plane was delayed, and so I went for a mooch around the shops. And whilst I was mooching around the shops, I went past one called June.
Yes.
You've heard June shoes? And I went
some
in and had a
boots,
little look around, and this pair of shoes was up in the corner saying, buy me, buy me, buy me. It would have been rude not to.
It would have been.
It would have been rude not to. I did. They are superb. And when we got to where we were going, I was carrying my shoes in a bag, and I was stopped by customs asking whether or not I was carrying alcohol, because I wasn't allowed to take alcohol in. I can't remember where we were going. And I said, no, it's not alcohol, it's a new pair of shoes. Do you want to see them? And I insisted on showing my new shoes. I said, they're so beautiful, you've got to see them. And my husband was like, they don't want to see your shoes.
But they appreciated
He
it.
probably did, yes.
There we are. So I've done a few sheep.
we are now, so we're just so busy chitty-chatting. Can you see where we've got to here? So we have now got a little flock of sheep.
Done a few sheep, and all I'm doing now is I'm using a bit of the darker blue that's in the sky blend, and I'm just put a tiny little bit underneath each sheep, and that's just going to give it a bit of a shadow.
All right, okay. See,
Just a tiny
that's a
little
nice.
bit.
Is that in your instructions?
Yes. Yep.
You
that's
see,
all in there.
it's little tips like that
It
that
really
you
makes all
wouldn't
the
think
difference.
of doing, would you? And that makes a difference.
There we are. Rightio then. So all I'm going to do now is pull it from the block and trim these bits up. Now,
Okay, so you trim it to the background.
yeah, only because when you start sewing, it can the fibres can get caught up in the
So how long have you been doing needle felting?
about nearly 4 years. So not an awful long time, really.
Okay. What was the first
First thing I
mixed
need.
craft you did?
I've got to say, so I started off just drawing and painting, and then I don't know. I just do all sorts.
Yeah.
This is my favourite way to make art.
Needle felting
Yeah.
and stitching.
And stitching.
Yeah.
I love hand stitching. I find it really therapeutic, really relaxing. Although some of the pieces that I do are really detailed, they do take a really long time. I just really like the process and how things can change while you're doing it.
Yeah.
And
I must admit, as I say, I tend to be, hand stitching far too slow. But having said that, we for knitting and stitching virtual show we did recently, we had a lot of online workshops which we did, and we had 2 or 3 embroidery ones by some very talented embroidery tutors, and they are superb. And it does make me think, oh, you know what? I think I should have a go at these. 3D stump work and all that sort of thing.
There's some amazing
really
pieces out
beautiful.
there, and there's when I'm on Instagram and you see all these different stitches and some of the work that people are producing, you can't even tell that it's actually stitched. You think it was a painting. Some of them are
really,
incredible.
really beautiful. So needle and thread,
Needle
just
and-
regular ordinary thread.
Yeah, so even with the skeins, I think it's a 6-stranded cotton. Just take 1 strand.
Okay,
But again, I've put it all in the instructions.
right. So that's in your kit,
Yeah,
but you're just using regular thread there.
just because of ease of just to save a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So I'm going to come in from the back, and you just draw. So
Or draw with stitch.
a couple of little lines. Don't pull too tight, otherwise you'll lose the
You'll lose the
stitch.
shape. You'll have a squished
Yeah,
face.
you would.
It'll be squished.
And all you're doing is a capital T.
And that makes just the little eyes and nose.
Yeah, so just a little. So it's like his little ears, little nose. You can go over as many times as you want. But because he's the one at the front, you want him to be quite bold. And remember to do the T's smaller on the smaller the sheep. Otherwise, again, it will look very flat. And you'll lose the depth of the picture.
Yeah. And you've shown that in your illustration, that your little one at the back, it looks like a little, I don't even know if you're going to be able to see this. It looks like a tiny, tiny, tiny weeny spot right down there. I don't know. Can you get in closer to that? Because this is quite good. This is the sort of illustration which shows positioning and also stitch. So we're going right the way down. I don't know if you can see that one. It's very small. But as you can see, that's the big one. And then as you go towards the back, it's tiny. I don't know if you can see that. It's tiny, tiny little dot. But that gives that definition, doesn't it? It gives that sort of depth to the whole picture.
Yeah, and The smaller you go, you might only use a tiny little stitch, just a bit of a hint that he's got a face.
Yes. Yeah, don't worry too much about making the proper T.
No,
That's not
just
necessary. Just
tiny
got a
little
hint
stitch.
of a face.
There we are. Let me just I'll get some more, get another one. But yeah, this is just the perfect project, just to sit in front of the telly.
Yeah.
Or sometimes, I don't really tend to watch much TV. I'm more of a podcast type of person. Aren't we, Kat? But no, I do like to sit and listen to a podcast and just sit in a comfy chair. You could lose yourself for hours doing something like this.
Definitely you can. I must admit, I'm with
Ooh.
Elliot. I'm a TV person. I get really into, I binge as well.
Oh, do you? You're a Netflix binger?
Not necessarily Netflix, but I don't like watching a series in real time anymore because I can't. I've just started watching The Great. You know, Catherine the Great, which is on
seen that one.
Channel 4, I think. And I think there's only got one. I haven't been able to binge it, and I like to binge. And I sit there and I watch 2-3 hours sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So having something like this to do whilst I'm watching would justify me watching it for that long.
Just go, I've got an excuse now.
Well, I'm not just watching TV, I'm crafting.
Multitask.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, there's ones at the back. I'll just give them a tiny little bit.
But in my sewing room, I actually don't watch TV, surprisingly. Because
do you have the radio on, or?
I do. I like you. I podcast in there, or I listen to some of my CDs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's another thing. I need to see your new sewing room or your craft room.
Yeah, I can't. You can't really watch TV when you're sewing with a sewing machine because one or other is not going to have your proper attention. And I think if you don't have your attention on your sewing machine when you're sewing, you might make a few mistakes. So yeah, no, I don't try and do it. But I can listen. I can listen to a podcast or listen to music. Okay, so there are, I'm sorry to say, less than 15 of both kits. So each kit. So really do, if you're interested, now's the time to check out. $24.99. Shall we just have a quick look at the different two kits again? So this is the lavender croft. This is the one that Delphine is working on with her little sheep, putting it together. So you get the 3 wools, 5 embroidery flosses, a piece of felt and the instructions. So that's a nice kit. Unfortunately, the needle felting kit's gone, but you've got all that. And hopefully it will come back later, but that is $24.99. And then the Hello Who, which again, you've got the instructions, really clear, easy to follow instructions with lots of hints and tips. 3 beautiful, and these walls are lovely. They're Scottish, and they're hand carded and everything, and they've been dyed, but they're variegated dyed, so they've got lots of colours, lots of different colours, and also occasional little bits of bamboo or silk you said in there. 5 embroidery flosses and a piece of felt. So that's the second kit, and that one is $24.99 as well. But we can't forget. Isn't he lovely? $7.99. So this is Samantha the sheep or Sammy. So they can be Sammy the boy or Sammy girl, whichever you prefer. But it's just really cute, and it's just a little pin cushion. Absolutely no relation to needle felting whatsoever, other than the fact that Delphine is working on sheep and we're working on sheep. Yeah, this is really cute. This is a nice little gift, actually, isn't it, for a sewing friend or for yourself, because you're worth it.
Oh no, I want one of those.
I know. We're worth it. It's really cute. I think it's lovely. And the pins, it's right, the pins do go in really easily. He's not hurt by it. That's his job in life. He's made out of cloud and dreams, Elliot says, so he's fine. Actually, you know when you go through cloud, when you look at a cloud when you're in a plane,
yeah,
it looks like really solid, doesn't it? You kind of feel like you could stand on it.
Yeah, you do, but
when
it's
it's thick cloud. But you can't.
Moist. No.
It's not that I've tried to stand on a cloud, but I have done skydiving.
Have you?
And I did, and it was absolutely fantastic. and it's weird when you go through the clouds because you can't see anything.
No.
It is just white all around you when you go through. So you were in the RAF?
I was, yeah. I was on 216 and 10 Squadron.
So did you do any skydiving or parachuting?
No,
Oh,
I kept my feet well and truly in the plane.
Oh,
No, that's I'm not brave enough for something like that. No.
Oh, I loved it. I did it. I was supposed to be doing it with my sister-in-law at the time for leukemia, because she had a friend who sadly had leukemia. And we started getting sponsorship, and then she pulled out and left me to do it. But I was determined, because I'd got a lot of sponsorship by then, to do it. And I was absolutely petrified, totally petrified, until I'd done it. And then I wished I could have done it again. It was brilliant. And I was strapped to a Red Devil.
Oh, yeah.
Because I did it where they train, this airfield that they train near Salisbury. And yes, I was strapped to a Red Devil. Because when you're skydiving, you're strapped to somebody as opposed to parachuting. Yeah, exactly. And so we went from 12,000 feet. It was absolutely amazing, and I'll definitely do it again.
No, I used to ferry troops around Paris.
So what are you doing now?
All I'm doing is doing some grass,
straight
lines. This is what we were doing, you know, when we did the confetti quilt.
Yes.
So in the foreground, just literally straight lines. Just be careful not to pull too tight. And as you can see, I'm starting from the outside a lot longer, and then I'm going to go smaller as I go in. And again, all that's doing is drawing you into the centre of the picture. So if they were all the same size, again, it would be flat. You will lose its depth. So you want to make sure that you start bigger and go smaller.
And you don't have to worry about it being dead straight and neat either, do you?
No,
because
not at all.
grasses don't all go up dead straight, do they?
That's right, and you know, think of it. You could put them on further on, you know, more of a slant if you want to. Change direction. Make sure they're not all too uniform. This is where you want to make sure you are a little bit messy.
So on your picture, it looks as if you've used 2 greens. So in this pack we've got 2 greens.
Yes.
So you would do some in one and then some in the other.
Some in one, some in the other, and then.
And how many strands would you use? Because this is on stranded.
I would use the full 6 strands to begin with.
Yeah.
And then I would separate the strands and go smaller and smaller. And then what that will do is that the smaller the strands will give you the impression that that grass is further away. So that's what I would do with the smaller strands. And just keep going over and over the top until you've filled in some of the gaps, really. So
it's kind of shaping that field as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And sometimes working from this way and then working backwards, it gives you the ideas of what you're going to do next. So, for example, when I did make this kit, I'm like, right, I'm going to make this like a proper lavender field and do some furrows in the ground. So we'll do that shortly. I'll just finish off this thread, and then I'll quickly show you how to do the bullion knot, which is the little flowers, or lavender, whatever you, which is like similar to a French knot, but it's longer and thinner and sewn in a slightly different way to a French knot. But I have given you an example in the instructions on the back of how to actually achieve the
Yes,
stitch.
so those instructions are on the back here. For the instructions for the perfect French knot and bullion stitch knot, which is the one you've just explained. The really good thing is we've actually had lots of new customers buying this kit. So welcome to Sewing Street TV. Welcome to us here. Honestly, this is a dream job. It's so much fun. All we do all day is talk about various sewing things and bring into to you all these amazing different kits and products. It's fabulous. We go from all over the book. So today, what have we done? We've done fabrics, we've done bag making, we've done confetti quilting, needle felting, and we're going to go to dressmaking with overlockers, in fact. So overlockers are wonderful machines. If you haven't got one yet, they are particularly useful for dressmaking, but of course you can use them for other crafts as well. So here we are doing a bullion knot, yes?
A bullion knot, yeah. I'm just going to do the one just so you can see it done, and then I'll show you how to do them. Okay, so there's one. So again, you'll mix up, you'll do some in purple, some in lilac, using all 6 strands. So what you do, you come in from the back. Oh, I'll just wait for Elliot. So go in from the back. Again, do these different sizes, be really random with these. You go back in and then immediately out again, close to where you came out. Ooh. Like so. And then, so you've got like, so your needle is only gone through the fabric ever so slightly. And then with your tail, you go round and round and round the end of the needle. You can go as many times as you like. The more times you go round, the longer the flower will be. Now you want to pull that fairly tight down. Keep it quite tight. And then pull. Make sure it's at the end, and then you put it back down.
So basically it's like a French knot, as you say, it's just
Yeah.
got more twists around it to make it more bulky.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. And then I'll just show you another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So you went round about 7 times there. Oh,
Yeah.
no, 8, 9,
Well, I went
9,
10 then.
10.
Again, do them in different lengths. So some
Yeah.
maybe only do 5, some do 10, some do 12. You know, by having
Is it more difficult to put the needle back through if you've gone round more times, or does it not
doesn't
make
any difference with that one. Doesn't make any difference. And by doing them in different sizes, we'll give it more texture to it as well.
You're using all 6 strands of
Yes.
the embroidery floss. So what needle would you recommend?
I've just got a really, you know your needles, big one, a big eye.
big hole.
Big
So I
hole.
would use a chenille.
There we go.
Because it's usually got a sharp point but a big eye.
Yes, yes.
So that's what you want. You want a big eye, really.
Yeah.
And if you have difficulty, use a needle threader.
There we are. And
You can get needle threaders for, you know, the little wire ones
Yeah.
for fine needles, but you can also get yarn needle threaders,
Mhm.
and you can get packs that have different sizes in them, so they're really handy. Because
So
you know
it's-
what's happened is the years since I've been sewing, needle eyes have got smaller. Who would say? Strange, but true. Nothing to do with my eyesight at all. Well, the fact I've got 2 pairs of glasses on my side. Needles have changed, yeah, definitely.
So what I would do then is go along the top with the purple, then I'll do some more on the lilac, and then I'll do it again on the other side. Once I've done that, I'll do the little gate, which I'll do in a moment. But then the next thing I want to show you is how to get the depth with the furrow fields. So again, you come in from the back. In the lines, you could do it exactly the way I've done it in the instructions, or you may choose to do your own.
So you're doing it just a bit, but you would go all the way across with the grasses and the knots and things normally,
Yes.
wouldn't you?
Yeah,
But
it's
you're just
too
showing us an
tight.
example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we are. So,
So you're
there's
just
two
it's
lines.
just like really big long stitches,
Big
really.
long stitches, and I'll show you how to secure them as well. So you'll do that. There we are. And by fanning them out as well, you're giving the impression that this is,
Yeah. So
They're
it's like
further.
going into the centre.
that's right, so they're going away just over that
And
hill.
again, your instructions do show that, don't
Yes, they do.
So if people are a little worried about, oh, I'm not going to be able to do that, on the instructions here, you can see.
Yeah, it's all,
It's just an example. You don't have to do this, but this is how you've done yours.
yes.
So if you want to replicate that, this is how you do it.
And already it's given me straight away that's transformed the foreground of the picture without me doing anything else. All I've done is
Yeah.
just do those seven lines just there. And then what you would do to secure them is, let me go to the, I'll go to the green. Let me have a, so you'll just go in from the back and just catch just a couple of the threads, and then all that will do is just to hold it in place. And what I would do then is also go along the top and do the, oh, wrong needle.
So you're just going to anchor those on. So we're just looking at the other pack, which is the Hello You.
Yep.
So again, you've got the double furrowed fields. F's not easy for me, by the way, F's and R's. But what about the fencing? So again, you show how to do the fencing,
Yeah,
don't
I can
you?
show you how to do the fence as well.
Yes, use the brown thread to sew the fence in the foreground and one in the distance as the diagrams. Yeah.
And to
So
do,
yes,
There we are.
What flowers have we got behind the sheep?
That
one.
Those are all the sort of trying to do the trees. Those are just all French knots.
Oh, like all little French knots. So they like look little trees,
Yeah.
don't they? Yeah.
So I've just done the field again in the background, and again that's just using the green, and that's giving me the impression that that field's quite a bit further away into the distance. And again, that's just doing straight lines, one on that side, and then I'll change the green and do one on the other. But since I've got enough green in this one, I'll just make it anyway. So in from the back. And you can follow the diagrams exactly.
Yeah, so the diagrams, you know, you haven't got to worry about remembering all this.
No.
And thinking, oh, I'm not going to be able to do that. You are, because the instructions are very, very comprehensive and will teach you how to do it all. I've got the actual picture here of the other one. Let me get the one we're actually working on in front of me. I know you've got them on the screen as shots you took earlier, but I love the fact that you can really see this and it's textured. So we've got a little gate at the front. It is, and this sky. And look at these. Look at these beautiful colours in the sky, all from that one ball.
That one
because
ball.
it has those multicolours in it. It's the thing is with this. It's such a simple idea that it's because of your talent that it is so simple, because you've taken all of the figuring it out and the guesswork out of doing it, because you've done it, and somebody else can have a go at doing this and achieve this.
And they have, on some of the kits we've done in the past, people have put on the fan page, and again, we were saying earlier, people are doing it better than me. They're really incredible.
I have to say I doubt that, but as well as maybe. But yeah, they are absolutely beautiful. They really are. Work of arts.
Thank you. So I've just done the fields now. And I'll just show you the French knot. So I've just done two little fields. So the French knots, I'm going to act as the trees in the background. So again, I've done that field smaller and that one there as well. So again, the French knot is ever so slightly different. Oh, there we go. So you come out from the back. This time the needle is completely out. 1, 2, 3 is what I find ample for a French knot. And then you go back in as near to where you came out. So I'll show you that again. So you come out from the back, hold it, 1, 2, 3, nice and tight, and go back in as close to where you came out. And once you've grasped the French knot, you'll be putting French knots on absolutely everything.
I know, they're lovely, aren't they? They really are. And sorry, how many strands would you use?
This
for this?
is just again, the further away, I'm starting off with a full strand, then I'll go to a smaller strand for the smaller trees. Just again, the further away the tree, smaller strands.
The fewer number of strands.
That's right. And also, I'm just changing the colour now just to show you the colour. But when I think of embroidery, always think of it like paint. So light paint will always stick to dark paint. So if you're going to be putting French knots over the top of another one, put the dark colour down first and then the light one. And then what that will do, will act as like a highlight, like it's just kissing the trees. So try not to do it the other way around, because it could be, you'll lose that the depth in the picture.
Another top tip from artist.
So I'm just...
We've got about 5 minutes left, Delphine. Is there
Okey-doke.
something else we need to see?
I can show you the fence.
Oh, please, I think that would be lovely. So basically you're showing all the stitches we're going to need for this.
There we are, just...
And as we said earlier, you would actually do all of that one type all the way across. Oh, I have to tell you though, Hello You has sold out. Hello You sold out. So if you did get it, congratulations. You made a good purchase there and want to see all the lovely pictures. So the one that's sold out is the one that's on the screen now. But you can still get the lavender one, but there's not many. There's literally a handful left of this one.
Let me do
Which I think this is amazing. I'm really impressed with this. Oh, I'm impressed with both of them. I think they're gorgeous.
So to do the fence, we'll just do... So we'll pretend this picture's half flowers, half fence. So again, it's just doing...
So again, we've got, in the pack here, we have got the colours to do this, haven't we? Oh, I haven't got a black in this one, but it's probably somewhere. So doesn't really matter what colour you do the fence, I guess, does it? You can just
No, it can be
do
any
it
colour you
whatever
like.
want.
And also with the fence, again, it's exactly the same as doing the flowers. You want to go the fence post that's closest to you, you want it to be the biggest one. So that's my first fence post. I might just do that twice. I think I did a double up thread. Let me just double that up at the back. I'll very quickly do that by lengthening it there. Now the next fence post, the next one along, you want it to be a bit smaller. Only ever so slightly. Make sure they're straight.
So is that are these two ends you're doing?
So
really
I'm
see.
doing an example. So these are
Oh, you're doing the fencing as opposed to just a gate.
yes,
Sorry, yes.
just
yes.
to show you from the other one. And the next one, you just go smaller and smaller.
So there's not, you haven't got to think, oh, I've got to make a millimetre smaller or 2 millimetres smaller, just a bit smaller.
Just a bit smaller.
Yeah.
And those are your 4 lines for your fence posts. Obviously your fence posts, you'll need a bit of a top on them.
To just go over it again.
So just do a tiny little stitch over the top, like that. And if you want to do another row of fence in there, you could just do with it just 1 or 2 strands of the thread and do them smaller, and straight away you've given it an extra bit of depth already. So there's your fence posts. I need to see if I've got enough to, yeah. And then from your big fence post to the smaller one, and from the back, and you can go underneath.
Oh, like kind of weave it.
Yeah. And then down to the smaller one. And straighten it up. Remember, don't put it too tight, otherwise you will lose the stitches. And then, which I've just got it locked in there. There we are. And then you'll do another one. And again, it's all very, very clear in the diagram, in the instructions. And then you can weave it, or you can go over the top of it, just like that. And then what I would do for the fence is take a tiny strand of the black or the purple, and then just do give it a little bit of a shadow on the side of the fence post there, and that will just give it a bit more of a 3D effect.
Okay, yeah, it's like you did with the sheet with the blue.
Yeah.
You do that with a bit of purple.
Yeah,
for the
it's a little bit
so
of
it's like a
purple.
bit of shadowing, like the sun
Yeah.
setting. And
That's it, yeah. And then for the one more tiny bit of flower to do, all you'll do is, which is on the Hello You one, is very quickly, only a few seconds, upside down, just think of an upside down V shape, and that will give you like a snowdrop. You could do, if you wanted to, if you had any blue thread, you could do them to make them into
trying to
bluebells.
find them in here. Where are they?
They'll be right towards the back. I've done them in yellow.
Oh, here they are.
Just
yes.
to
yes. So like at the bottom of the fence.
yeah. So then
So upside down V's.
upside down V's, and then the last little bit to finish off, you want to give those sheep some friends in the background. Tiny little white stitches. You could even use a bit of the brown to be like for some cattle maybe, or some horses in the fields. But just doing a tiny few little stitches on those back fields could give the impression of
more cattle in the background.
of little sheeps in the background.
So you're actually, because that's some of what you're showing now is actually in the Hello You, which is sold out. But again, there's actually no reason why you can't do that on either of them.
That's right, yeah.
So that's up to you, isn't it? So you could have more than just a fence, a gate on the lovely lilac. You could have a fence like you've done, or you could just have the gate.
That's it. And once you're happy with all your stitching, what you could do is take a bit of the cloud and do a wispy cloud over the hills to finish off, like the mist is coming in. Or when you have a look at a landscape, or any landscape, when you look far in the distance, especially on a clear day, you always get that blue haze far in the background, in the distance. If you just needle felt a little bit of that dark blue, it will separate the sky and the horizon, and it just finishes it off. And a little cloud, and there you go.
Oh, thank you so much, Delphine.
There you go.
That is so amazing. Oh, I've got to ask this. I'm so sorry. I apologise in advance. Elliot says, could you put a Land Rover in it?
A Land Rover. Yes, especially for you, Elliot.
But now I'm afraid we've got nothing to round up. Normally we round up at the end of the hour, so give you another chance to pop these in your basket, but I'm afraid they've sold out, so we can't. They will come back, I'm sure, another day. Do look at the confetti quilting. We still have a few of the kits left of that. But we have no more needle felting today, I'm afraid. So thank you ever so much, Delphine.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure working with you.
You
and
too.
I'm sorry that you've sold out, because I would have liked to have nabbed one of these myself.
Oh, really?
I'll have to grab them next time they're back on. And so Elliot said he wants to do one as well. And of course you could.
Yeah.
But he's going to put a Land Rover
He's going to put a Land Rover
I'd like
in
him to
his.
get that perspective right, though. That's going to be harder. But thank you ever so much.
Thank
and
you.
I think we might be seeing each other on the 30th.
Yes,
I think
we're back
in
in
on
on
that day.
30th. Yeah.
So that'd be good. But please do join me in our next hour when we are looking at 2 Elna overlockers. One is a dream. So see me in a bit.
Hi, my name is Yvonne McAtamney. My passion is patchwork and quilting, and it's also my privilege to own Village Fabrics patchwork and quilting shop in Wallingford. My sewing life began before I went to school, certainly, and probably before I could read. My mum was always a sewer, and with 2 big sisters, every weekend there would be a new dress made, and I was allowed to do certain pieces, and as I got older I started to make some dresses. My top tip is you don't have to be able to draw to design. The place that I always start is with a children's colouring in book. They have good bold outlines, and then you can trace that and adapt to your heart's content. Anybody can do it. My claim to fame is that last year, when things were good, we had Jenny Doan from Missouri Star Quilt Company come and do a meet and greet at my shop in Wallingford. We had a really enjoyable day, and good fun was had by all. So I hope I'll be popping into your living rooms on a regular basis as we go forward with Sewing Street here. We are intending to bring you some absolute beginner kits as well as some of our more intricate designs. See you soon.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, my name is Yvonne McAtamney. My passion is patchwork and quilting, and it's also my privilege to own Village Fabrics Patchwork and Quilting Shop in Wallingford. My sewing life began before I went to school, certainly, and probably before I could read. My mum was always a sewer, and with two big sisters, every weekend there would be a new dress made, and I was allowed to do certain pieces, and as I got older I started to make some dresses. My top tip is you don't have to be able to draw to design. The place that I always start is with a children's colouring in book. They have good bold outlines, and then you can trace that and adapt to your heart's content. Anybody can do it. My claim to fame is that last year, when things were good, we had Jenny Doan from Missouri Star Quilt Company come and do a meet and greet at my shop in Wallingford. We had a really enjoyable day and good fun was had by all. So I hope I'll be popping into your living rooms on a regular basis as we go forward with Sewing Street here. We are intending to bring you some absolute beginner kits as well as some of our more intricate designs. See you soon.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Wendy Gardiner. This is our last hour for today. And it has gone incredibly quickly, actually. I can't believe it. And I'm sorry, we're sort of running a little bit late there. I just got chatting with Delphine. But what I do want to mention that all of the machines, and don't forget that the sewing machine is still available with that. So that's a 680 plus. Oh, no, it's not available. Sold out. Just gone. Okay, so we're now on to these two overlockers. Before I get onto them, I'm standing here gripping the hem of my skirt because somebody's asked what pattern it is, and it's Vogue pattern, and it is, and I've written it on my hem, you see. So I have to lift my hem. It's Vogue 9268. It's a designer pattern, but it's super easy to make. It's basically sort of two big pieces, very, very easy and comfortable to wear. And I've used jersey fabric for it, so it's a stretch fabric. Anyway, that's beside the point. So overlockers. So if you are into dressmaking, and actually, craft making as well, because if you need to neaten your raw edges, an overlocker is the best thing for it. You can also do a lot of construction on an overlocker. I'm going to show two machines. I'm going to start with super duper must have dreamy machine. This is an air threader machine. Now, that means that the tricky threading process, which is what often puts people off, is easy with this because it's got an air threader. And what I will see, I don't know how easy it's going to be to show you this from this angle. The other thing it's got here, you just saw me take this off, so it actually has a scrap catcher. Now a lot of machines don't have these anymore. I don't know why. I don't know why a lot of the modern machines don't. Because when you're overlocking, basically for those maybe who don't know, what happens is as you go to sew, you're going to cut, the fabric is cut by blades that are there. And so the edge is neatened, the stitching goes over the edge, overlocking, and locks. That's what's happening. So you get lots and lots of scrap fabric. So that's really handy to have. And you also get a nice, neat box of accessories. But inside here, if I can, this is quite awkward to do it this way round, but this is the gubbins. This is where you do the threading in here. Can we see in there? And it has these clever levers and things. So in order to do the air threading, you turn, all the instructions very clear. You would turn that little switch here, which is telling me I'm going to do the air threading. And then when you turn the wheel by hand, you always have to turn it towards you. And I'm away. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to come around here to turn it towards me, otherwise I might turn it the wrong way. It will lock, and it will lock those things. Actually, what I'm going to do, let me do it again. So you put that little lever over, and it's not done anything at the moment. Then you turn the wheel on the side, and you can hear that clunk. And basically what's happened is you've got these little tubes here in there, which have joined together, and you put your upper looper and lower looper threads through the paths, and you pop them into this little port. about 1.5 inches, lever tail, and then with this lever here, you push it down like that, and whoosh, that thread will go through and goes through the hole, and it's now through the eye of the looper. So easy to thread. This is the bit that puts people off, and the other thing, it will, you can thread it, and then you think, well, I'm not threading it again. I'll keep those thread colours on there. But with this, you don't have to do that. So you can change the thread colours to make them right for whatever it is you're sewing. So it's really, really simple to use. Clear colour coding, so you know which one's which. And you've got numbers, and your instruction tells you what you need to set it to. This machine's actually been set up to do a rolled hem. I know that because it's got one needle in, so you can take one of the needles out to do a rolled hem, which is a narrower stitch. And then you do the settings, and it tells you how to do it. The instruction manual is fabulous. I've got the instruction manual for the other machine here, but if I look at it, is it all right if it's here? Yeah. So both of them will have similar instruction manuals. And I think the thing that I like about them, because I like to go through manuals, not that I'm brilliant at reading manuals, but overlocking, I think you need to. All the instructions are very clear. Tells you everything, all your bits and what they are. And they're in different instructions. So you've got your English here, and then you've got your, I don't know what it is, French and German, I believe, on the other side. So although it seems like quite a chunky book, it's not as bad as it would seem. So don't worry, you don't get bogged down with it. But it's very clear about how to do everything, how to change it, so you can adjust the foot pressure. So you can get it perfect for whatever fabric you're doing. And overlockers tend to have differential feed, which means they will help feed the top layer and the bottom layer evenly. And you can make sure it doesn't crumple up when you're sewing jersey fabrics. Ideal for jersey fabrics, but not just that. All kinds of fabrics can be sewn. And you can do so much more than just overlocking. So basically, overlocking edges, that's your basic thing. That's what you do first. But the other thing you can do is you can do flat locking. I know people, and I'm sure Jane, who was here from Eleanor yesterday, I'm sure she does, you can make complete garments on an overlocker. You can put zips in with an overlocker. You can add piping and beading. You just have to have the right feet, like you do with a sewing machine. So this is the all singing and dancing. This is the machine that air threads, makes it so simple. You can change your thread colour very, very quickly and easily with that very easy air threading. So I love that. That's really lovely. With the catcher, with your tools. That's the Extend 864A IR, so air. So that's that one. What's the price of that? £849. But it is on 5 split pays. So it makes it affordable if you're really interested. If you're interested in an overlocker and you can afford that one, definitely go for that one. It's brilliant. It's the next level. I mean, in fact, the only people that used to be able to do the air thread one was Babylock, because it was patented to them. But that patent has now expired, so other companies are now doing them. So you can. This is Elna. Great brand, well known, same distributors as Janome, so you know it's quality. It's up to 1,300 stitches per minute. It is fast. You have blades which cut the fabric and then you stitch and you over edge it, but you can disengage the blades, so you can do flat locking. You can do that on both machines. You can disengage the blades. You can change the different settings on it, so if you're working on very fine fabrics, you might have the tension slightly differently. So there's an awful lot of things you can do. You can start off just doing your overlocking, and when you do that, we've got a slide there which gives us all of the oh my goodness, look at all these details. There's lots on there, two lots. So yeah, so you can do all of these different things. So you can start off with it, do your basic overlocking. Get it to neaten your seams. So when you're dressmaking, when you're doing craft projects, you have a professional finish to what you're making. And also, another one of my stories, sadly I have quite a few of these kind of stories, when I was about 17, 18 and I made a dress out of silk crepe de chine. And it was a lovely dress, it was a Vogue pattern, quite intricate, made it, as you do when you're 18, quickly, very pleased with myself wearing it, standing at the bus stop one day and noticed that my side seams had frayed away because I hadn't neatened them. Who needs to neaten side seams? Well, you do. And I learnt my lesson then, and I've always done it ever since. So I do neaten all my side seams. Even actually when I'm sewing like jersey fabric, because even though jersey won't fray, sometimes the seam allowance can kind of like buckle and roll. So if you neaten with an overlocker, that's finished. And in fact, for thread overlocking, you don't have to sew the seam and then overlock. It does both at the same time. Brilliant. So let's look at the slide of accessories, because it does have quite a few accessories in here. So I can't see in. So yeah, you've got an accessory box, which is really handy. So you have your thread retainers and these tweezers. You get these in. You get these tweezers in most overlocking machines, and they're so handy to use. Nice long tweezers. Thread nets, if you look at these thinking what would you do with those, some threads for overlockers are very slippery and shiny and kind of fall off the cone. If they do that, you pop a thread net on and that prevents that from happening. And you have all sorts of other sort of tools and things. The spool caps are really useful. So yeah, you've got everything that you should need in there for any maintenance that you need, including your little screwdrivers and things to remove the needles. And you do use overlocking needles. So I'm going to need to cough, excuse me. Having coughed into my hands, I'm just putting some hand sanitizer on them. So yeah, excuse me for that quick cough, but quite fine, nothing wrong with me. It's just I've been talking for nearly 5 hours. So yes, lots of tools in your toolkit there, so that's really handy. So there's a whole list of them on the screen there, so they're really useful. And of course, as I say, a really, really detailed instruction manual. So that's that one. You get a 2-year warranty for this, which is great, and that's from Elna. And they do have a UK-based customer services, and like Janome, it's from the same company, they have excellent customer services. So they really are very, very good. Good company, good quality machines. Let's look at that one. Let's look at the other one. So if you can't afford that, because that is 800 and something pounds, I can't remember what the price was, it's gone. 849. If you can't afford 849, or if you think you're not going to do that much overlocking to warrant that kind of expenditure, this one for 429 does pretty much the same job. It really does. It has 12 different stitch choices, and you've got a dial here, and you turn the dial and it tells you on that. Oh, I really like this actually. So it tells you how to set everything. So you have to set it. You have to set that other one too, but this tells you what to turn it to. It also, I'm not sure which one I had. I have it on one. So it also has all the dials on the side, and all of the instruction manuals here have all this detailed information. So it tells you how to set it, how to set the differential feed, which is how it feeds through the machine properly, the stitch length, so that determines how close the stitching are together, whether you're doing a rolled hem or standard stitch, you've got a little dial for that. So everything is like any other overlock, it's great. And the threading is reasonably simple. Not as simple as air threading, which is kind of magic. But this one, you have to do a little bit more manual stitching. Sorry, manual threading, but you have thread paths to follow. So you will see you've got different colours. So you lower looper, upper looper, right needle, left needle. I never know my left from my right. So when you, the easiest way to thread this is actually to snip off the threads from the cones, tie on your new thread, tie a knot, raise the presser foot and pull them through. You can pull the knot through the loopers, but you can't pull the knots through the eyes of the needles. So when you get to the eyes of the needles, you can snip it off and then you can then just put it through the eye of the needle. That's the quickest and easiest way of rethreading. If you have to rethread, and all the details are in here, if you have to rethread manually, you have colour-coded threading guides. So you can see. Now the trickiest one, the only one that's tricky really, is the lower looper. So it's this one. And the reason it's tricky is you have to put it round a hook, which is just tucked in there. But it's not all the way in there so you can't get to it. I can see it here, it's just there. So you can do it. Some machines that I've worked on, that hook there is sort of right in here, and you have to kind of go in from the back and go in from the side. It's not that difficult. I rethreaded it earlier today. I came in this morning, first time I knew I was doing these machines, had a look at it, rethreaded it, not a problem. It was easy enough to do, even with my damaged eyes. Not that they're that damaged really and truly, I just hadn't got my glasses on at the time. So that's how easy it is. You thread it, and once it's threaded, off you go. Nice pictorial reference here, because you've got 12 different stitches. So pictorial reference of what they are on the cover here. And also, again, it's got a thread catcher or scrap catcher. And then in here, you've got your reference. So this is in the instruction manual. So you can we see that one? Or so, if I move the machine over a little bit, if I can bring that in, it's not under the T-bar. So here you've got the different stitch selections, tells you what all the little things are, and then next page it tells you what the stitches should look like and how to set them. But as I say, what I like about this is when you turn this dial on here, it tells you everything on there. It tells you what you need to set the tensions at. It tells you left and right needle. It tells you whether you should have it on the ST standard stitch or whether you should have it on RH, which is the rolled hem. So it's very clear, very simple to use. So you can use that, but you have the safety net of your manual with clear instructions that are illustrated as well. So it's just a really lovely machine at £429. So do we have the split pay? We do. So 3 split pays of £143 each. So that's perhaps more affordable right now, or if you don't think that overlocking is going to be a big thing. But I do always say, and people often say, you know, which machine should I buy? And I tend to sit quite firmly on the fence. I would never say buy this one, because it depends on what you want to do. It depends on how you feel, and they all have unique features. But what I would say is buy a machine that can do more than you want to do now, because you can then grow into it rather than grow out of it. So if you can afford it, definitely go for the air thread. Hands down. I love it. I have an air threader at home. I also have a standard one, and actually I have them threaded in different threads, so it makes it easier for me. But I love the air threader. I love the simplicity of threading with it. So I really do like that one. But I like my standard one just as much because it does the same job. So this is the 664 Pro, really good little price. So the different feature between the 664 and the 664 Pro are the built-in rope program reference panel, which is great. I do really like that. Sorry. Automatic tension release as well. And built-in 2 thread converter. And it also has a tilting needle, which the other 664 doesn't. So the Plus gives you those few added extra bonuses there. Very clear and simple to use. I like. Yes, I do apologise. I'm going to have some water. I do like the fact on the side of the machine where you've got the wheels, that the printing is in bold blue. It's a stupid thing, but so often it's actually like embossed, and you can't see it clearly. This is really clear. It's really clear and easy to see. Yeah. Oh, I've still got my little sheep. I just realised he's still here. Little Samantha or Sebastian. So these are our 2 overlockers. So very limited stock on all of them. Really hard to get hold of at the moment in other retail outlets, as I know. You've got the choice here of the all singing and dancing air threader for £849. and you have the simpler version, which you have to thread by hand, but you can, as I say, quick and easy way, tie off the threads, pull them through. That's the quickest way. Another story. So I dutifully went through my manual for my very first overlocker, and I carefully threaded, following the thread paths from scratch all the way through, and then I turned the page on the manual and it told you how to do the quick easy threading. So moral of the story is, read the whole chapter before you start. You live and learn, don't you? So don't forget these. If you're interested in an overlocker, either of these, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, depending on your budget at the moment as to which one you can go for. But this 6640 Pro is a fabulous machine, and I particularly like this stitch guide on here. Saves you having to get the manual out every time you want to change the stitch. Very clear, very understandable. Air threader, a dream. What more can I say? We're going to go to the other set. I'm taking my water with me. So firstly we're going to recap the fabric we had in the first hour, and then I see on the other side of the desk here we've got some amazing threads and some felt pieces. So fabrics first. Don't forget, this is the whole bundle. This is, she's going to make me say it again, Spectrastatic. The bundle is called Spectrastatic, the second one before. So this is the whole bundle, and there are 19 pieces, half a metre of each, and as you can see, all of these lovely colours. Oh, this one's peeking out from underneath, look, all these lovely colours. And I just like the fact that they're not plain. They've all got something, and let's open this one on the top. So unfortunately, if you were just thinking of buying them, you can buy them all individually, either as half metres or multiples of half metres, which you would then get as a bigger piece. Unfortunately, a lot of those have sold out, so you'll have to have a look to see which ones are still available. But I like this. It's sort of painted. It's almost like somebody's flicked a paintbrush at it. So it's got a little bit more definition, a little bit more colour involved. So this one has got the black on the white. So it's kind of like a vanilla colour. So so which colour is this one? This lighter, I don't know if it's white but this lighter one, that one has got the dark because it's a light colour. But if you go for, particularly like the blue, didn't we? If you go for this blue, so you've got a darker base colour, and then your flicky spots are in a white. So it really is, it's really beautiful, isn't it? And we were deciding earlier what you could do with this, and being gender specific, which we shouldn't be, I was saying it would be nice for a little boy thing, little boy bag, little pillow, whatever, you can put that in. But it's not just for that. The thing about having a bundle like this is that you have got plenty, should you have other needs, for bindings, for sashing on quilts, for some of the panels. If you were doing things like flying geese and things like that, these clever technical terms, we were looking at a book earlier, it just adds just a little bit more to the fabric rather than it just being plain. It looks a bit more exciting, I think, and adds to the whole dimension. And this is, because there's 19 different colours, you've got a whole rainbow. There's something for every single project. You think of something, I'm going to make a bag this weekend. I've got fabulous fabric for the outside. What am I going to line it with? Here you have. You've got something to line it with. One of the other hours, we had the bag making hour. We had those lovely PU leathers and the canvas, the printed canvas and the plain canvas. These would be lovely linings, or pocket additions, or binding, or handles. So you can use all of these for so many different projects. So which two would I pick if I picked two out of this bundle? I would go for, of course, that one and that one. See? So definitely the brighter colours. Yeah. Yes, they are both in my dress, yeah. Definitely my kind of colours. But what's nice though is these are my kind of colours. But my sister Karen would probably go more for that. She's more muted. So my sister Sue's like me, she'd go for brights. What would you go for, Kat? Let me put them together. That one. That one. And that one. Yes, look at those together. This one, not the dark one. This one. Oh yeah, these little stickies keep coming off, by the way. So yes, again, that looks really nice and summery, doesn't it? That would look really nice. Beach bag, something like that. You could have that as stripe. But don't forget, you're getting the whole bundle for £107.52, or you can buy some of them individually, but some of the colours have sold out, so you do need to look on the website to see which one. And if you do get the bundle, which we've got a few left of, it effectively gives you half a metre free. You can see I've got an issue here, can't you? I have to be try and colour coordinate them all the time. So these are really lovely. And we also had a very, very brief look at the threads. So I love the fact that they come in the box. So, which is really nice. It keeps your threads. Because you don't want, when you have your threads, I mean, I actually do have one of these thread things like I think we've seen on the set behind where you have them on the wall. But if you're not using your threads regularly and they're just sitting there for a long time, they will disintegrate, not disintegrate, they will deteriorate with sunlight. So you lose some of the colour, but you can also lose some of the strength of the thread. So again, don't be tempted to use old threads that you've got in your box that Grandma gave you. I've had a lot of people come to me with problems on their machine. Oh, my thread keeps breaking, my thread keeps breaking. And the reason it is because they're using really old thread. So you keep your old threads for hand sewing, darning, tacking, that sort of thing. Use nice new threads on a nice new project. These are, so we have 12 reels. These are mostly variegated. There are 2 that are just solids, the rest are variegated. And they have on them 1,422 yards, or 1,300 metres. So that is a huge amount, because if on a normal small reel of thread, you get 110 yards. Oh, somebody hasn't locked this off. So yeah, just as a little hint, it's a bugbear of mine. When you get your threads and you finish playing with them for the day, you've got these grippy teeth, sometimes on both ends, sometimes on one. Just wind it around the grippy teeth once or twice and it will stop the thread from coming out. That's the same on all of these. Well, I do organise the workshops for the shows, and we have threads which we loan out to the classes, and they come back in a big mess, and we end up wasting an awful lot of thread because they tumble and jumble in the thing, and then they get all tangled up, and then we have to just cut off that tangle. So it's a little bugbear of mine. No, I haven't. They're really bad. Anyway, back to these. So each spool has 1,422 yards, and it works out at £7.41 for a spool, which sounds a lot until you divide that by the number of yardage. And when you take the yardage and you realise just how much is on one spool, it's a really good price. So this is about 57 pence per 100 metres. You don't need to know that. You just need to know it's a good deal. But we were trying to work it out because I was thinking, okay, so how can I make the total price sound attractive? Because that sounds a lot of money to spend on thread. But when you actually work it out and think, okay, that is a lot of money to spend on thread, but each of these reels is worth got 14 of a normal reel. I say normal, you know, the smaller general purpose reel. Each is about 14 of those, and they might be 180 each, and this is 750. So you know what I mean? It should be like 14. You know, that's the kind of maths we were trying to work out. So lovely colours, really lovely. These are great for quilting. They say for quilting, but these are also really beautiful for decorative stitching on your machine, because you use anything like if you use anything like the shell stitch or the flower stitch, anything that's got condensed stitching in it, these are beautiful because you get this sort of lovely variegated work. They're 50 weight threads, so they're good for hand piecing as well as machine sewing. So really lovely, lovely set, 12 threads. So really nice. That's one, and there's this one. Again, looking at, you can stack these on your shelf, keep them nice together. And this is the other one. So this one, similar sort of colours, but this time they're all solid colour. So they're lovely and vibrant. In fact, if I open both, very sort of similar. They go well together. Go on, be flash. They go well together. So variegated, and then this one here is a solid. This one's got a variegated one in it. Has that slipped in the pack, or is that supposed to be there? Wow. So that's got a really nice. So most of them are solids, and they've got some nice basic colours. You've got light grey, dark grey, white, and black, and then you sort of just got one of all of these different colours. So you'll have something to go with most projects, and of course, won't they go beautifully with these fabrics? So they go sort of really well together. All these colours. Again, £88.99, and it is the same quantity of thread on each roll, 50 weight, 100% Overlocker. So Overlocker is a really well-known quilting thread brand. A lot of quilters will swear by it. Lovely thread, so cotton, which is really good. So if you're working with cotton fabrics, it's good to work with cotton thread. Okay, so this is something that we haven't looked at before. Ooh. The reason we've got these, let me reach over, is because we were supposed to be doing the needle felting machine today, which I think was yesterday we had. She did it yesterday and it sold out, which is a shame for me too, because actually I absolutely love the needle felting machine. And one of the materials that you can use, and for needle felting machine you can use any material. You can use denim, you can use chiffon, you can use cottons. I have done a cotton applique on the back of a denim jacket. I have done chiffon flowers, which are like 3D, so anything. But this felt is particularly useful. But it's not just for needle felting. Are you getting all of this as a pack? Yeah, all of that is one pack for £29.99. I think they're sort of 9-inch square. Let me just double check for you. Oh, so it's actually just over 8.5 inches if you're thinking of inches. So 22 centimetres square. And I don't know how many colours are there. 50. Look at them. Can I flick them through? It is, they're lovely, aren't they? You can do so, I mean, felt is a really handy thing. I mean, obviously you can make little booklets out of felt. Kat's just said about bunting. You can use them to make decorating. You could make flowers to use as applique, so applique felt flowers on things. Obviously with a felting machine, or indeed hand felting, because if you remember the kits that have now sold out that Delphine had a piece of felting in it, which she used as a base for the wall tops or the walls. So these are just beautiful colours. And again, it's one of those things that there be days when you think, oh, I could just do with making like a whole load of little flowers, pretty little flowers. And you can cut your flower shape in one colour, then in another colour, and layer them, twist them a little to make it look like petals, add a button to the top, and you've created a really beautiful little flower. So all of this for £29.99. So So all of these different colours. So that is a beautiful blue. Whatever, I mean, I don't know, I think I'd spend hours just reorganising them to put all the blues together and all the colour. Yeah, I'd have to colour coordinate, I really would. So I would just have to go through and do that. That would give me time. Which reminds me, you know, if you've ever seen Great British Sewing Bee, and they do the challenge, they do the upcycling challenge or whatever they call it when they repurpose and things. And I would hate to do that at the speed that they do, I have to say, and they really do it at that speed. But I have a jacket, which I will wear one day, and I bought it from a charity shop, and I changed the buttons and I added lace to the cuff. It took me half an hour to choose my buttons, just to choose them. Because I went through my button tins and do I have them the same? Do I have different ones? Do I have this colour? So yeah, so I'd be rubbish at doing a whole challenge in an hour and a half. But yes, all of those, $29.99. Yeah, add to your stash. Lots and lots of things you can do with them. It doesn't have to be something, you don't have to be needle felting with these. Felt is useful for an awful lot of things, and of course you could patch pieces together and make a really nice felted Christmas stocking. You know, there's lots of different things you can do with this, and you can use small pieces to embellish other things. So very handy. Put it in your stash, and like me, convert your garage into your sewing room. Throw the husband's car out. And then you can then obviously have somewhere to put all this lovely stock that you're going to get. Now these I love. I'm again, look at me, I'm going to be attracted to this one, aren't I? Because look at those colours. Can you see? That really does look beautiful, doesn't it? So am I allowed to undo this? Am I going to be able to undo it? It's a knot. So this is, let's unroll it. Yeah, not going to stop me from opening fabric. So this time we get 20 pieces. So this is 20 pieces, and the colours are really vibrant. They're sort of almost day glow. Really, really vibrant colours. I've missed the two blues there, look. Look at them. These are sort of colour coordinated already. Just beautiful, aren't they? Oh, look at that pink. Look at that pink. That really pops, doesn't it? You could make some beautiful, beautiful sort of brooches, buttons, key fobs, bookmarks, little purses, little hearts. You could fill a little heart with a bit of lavender, hang it on your hanger, on your clothes. So you've got something to keep your clothes smelling sweet. Yes, exactly. We're going to go down there. So look at this. It's really lovely, isn't it? Colours, look at them, beautiful. So lots of things you can do with a little patch of felt. It's a nice, quick little project. Fabric doesn't fray, so it's really, really good. Because it doesn't fray and it's easy to cut out, it's a project for children. It really is. I haven't rolled up as well. You might have to re-roll that. So this is the other one. Shall I open this one? Just make it harder for later. I did ask, you just didn't say. You weren't quick enough. So this one here, look. So this is more autumnal. So again, you've just got the different shades. So some of them it looks like you've got sort of two. Some of them you've got different shades, slightly different. Look at those, all those colours there. The greens. So you've got some sort of moss green, bowling green, pea soup. That's pea soup, yes. I don't know what that one is then. But yes, there's sort of lots of different colours. You've got, see, I would say that was spearmint. That's spearmint green. And then burgundies and red, look at that. It's all sort of lovely colours. You could make such a lovely picture with this, couldn't you? It really does. It's beautiful. It takes you through the seasons. Right through the season. So I'll roll it back up again neatly. There we are. That's nice and neat and beautifully put together. So this one again was a bit, somebody looked up in the graphics in. So again, $19.49 for, how many pieces did we say was in that? For 20. So for 20 pieces, again, it's the same size, 22 centimetres square, which is just over 8.5 inches. So that's really lovely. The big one, so that's actually sort of like £10 more and you get 50. So you get 30 more for £10 more, do you know what I mean? So it's, the difference is, there's slightly different feel of felt, and these are definitely sort of very, very primary. These are very beautiful, in-your-face colours, absolutely, eye-popping colours. These are a little bit more muted, so it depends what you're sort of looking for, but you don't get the, I think that matters. You don't get the piece of ribbon, but you do get 50 pieces in this lovely colourway, so that is absolutely beautiful. All right, so yes, if you have bought an overlocker today, so I was just about to roll that up again and do it neatly. I'll have to leave that because we're going to look at some more thread. So this is another brand. Oh yes, this is another brand of thread. Comes in this nice box here. So this is Madeira, isn't it? So this is Madeira thread, which again is another really well-known brand that I have a lot of. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 times 6 is 30. 30 reels. Getting maths. So you have, it's just primary colours. Sorry, not primary colours, just neutrals. So we have cream, and then white. So 2 lots of white, 2 shades of grey, and black, and of course all the holes are filled up, but I've just used some on the overlocker over there. So lovely big cops of thread. Oh, it's a 24. So the first time I do the maths online, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. 6 and 5 is 11. So yes, sorry about that. 24 reels of thread. So again, I'm not sure what's the quantity on each one. So 1,200 metres on each. So again, a nice generous amount of thread on there. So these are your overlocking threads. These are slightly like finer than your general sewing thread, because obviously overlocking, particularly on the loopers, they use a lot of thread, which is why you would use overlocking thread. One, to prevent too much bulk in the stitching, because regular sewing machine thread would be too bulky. And secondly, because they use so much thread, you don't want to be wasting good quality, highly priced threads on the overlocking when you can use really nice soft overlocking threads instead. So very good basic colours, you can just keep them in. Now on the overlockers we've threaded each of the different spindles with a different colour, and the reason to do that when you first start out is so that you can see which looper and which needle does what on the stitch. So you're looking at the stitch, and actually the under loop is the under looper, so that's on the underside. The upper looper goes on the top, and that's on the edge of the fabric, and they meet on the edge, and then you have your 2 needle stitches. The right hand one holds the loopers together, and the left hand one is stitching the seam as an additional seam. So they have different functions, hence to demonstrate we put different colours, but normally you would put the same colour on all 4, which is why we have got 4 of each here, but we've got a double rows of white. So that's why you've got that there. Nice little pack there for £74.99. So if we worked out that so we divide that by 24 and you'll get a, so £3.08 a spool. So you can see that's actually a good price for a spool that has 1,200 metres on it. But look at this one. So this is brand new. So this is another brand. This is Metler. So Metler is another very well-known brand. So there's sort of like, oh, there's more than 4. I was going to say there's 4, but there's more than 4. There's lots of well-known brands of thread, and these are 3 particularly good ones that I know and use all of them. And I do definitely recommend, even though it kind of seems like quite an expensive thing to purchase and you can go down the market and get them cheap, please don't, because threads in the market, the way they're put together and wound, they're often made up of lots of bits, so they will splinter, they will snap, they will break, they're weak. you want quality threads. If you're creating a project with beautiful fabrics, you want to have the threads that are quality. These are strong, they are good quality, beautiful colours. Oh, says so reading on virtually invisible seams. Lovely threads again, and these are 100% polyester, so these aren't cotton, these are polyester. You get 2,000 metres, which is 2,187 yards on each spool. So it's a lot of thread on the spool there, and you get, this is particularly nice, isn't it? You get this lovely tin. And again, as I say, because mostly you would use them in sets of 4, you have 4 of each. So we have an off-white or white, black, red, lovely red, that would go beautifully with that pleather earlier, and then a beige or a taupe. That's, I would say taupe, but grey beige, greige. But yeah, again, these are brand new today, so we haven't had these before, and they come packaged in this beautiful tin, so you can keep them nice and neat and safe for when you need them. And it's nice and easy to change on your overlocker when you need it. £74.99. You can use them on your sewing machine if you want to, but remember that the weight of the thread is usually lighter, so it's not your usual for seaming, it is for overlocking. I'm just trying to see whether it says what it is on here. I can't see that, but these are overlocking threads, so they are really good, but you know, just enjoy getting good quality threads because they are amazing. Oh yes, the colour wheel, yes. So this is a colour wheel and a tonal. So this, you'll hear quilters when they're designing fabrics, I don't know if I can get that out of there, when they're designing their quilt and deciding which colours to put together, they can use this colour wheel here, and you can see which colours work together well. Now, if you buy fat quarters, you know they're going to work together, they've been chosen to go together. But it's quite easy to put your fabric on it and turn the wheel. I don't want to sort of do that on this because it's all neat. Oh, no, I can get that out of there, look. So you can put your fabric on here and you can turn your colour wheel and you will see different colours that you can do. So you can see complementary shades, you can see shades that work with it, so that if I put it on there, I know that these 2 colours will work with that colour, etc. So it's really quite handy. And then you've got this little thing in here as well, which I'm not sure if I can get it out without doing it, but this is a tonal one. Because often what can happen is you'll be asked to put together light tones or dark tones or mid-tones. And when you're looking at coloured fabric, it's really hard to decide, is it dark, is it light, is it mid? So a lot of the experts will actually tell you what you should do is take a black and white of it, because then it will immediately turn into mid-tones. It's not always easy to do that. And it's not always easy to have that in hand. So this is what this little thing here, which is, oh, no, I can pinch it out. So you can put these on here, and by putting it together, you can work out what kind of tones, because I don't know if you can see this in here, but what's happening, it's kind of flattening the colours completely. So you can't sort of see any difference between the colours. But if I put a dark one in there, can you see now? Can you see how that's the difference is? So all of those 3, I can't really tell any difference. So they're all light, in other words. If I put that in, it's dark. Now that's obvious. But let's put in another one that's not so obvious. Do you see? So you can see how just by putting this little square on, it helps you decide whether they're dark or light. Let's put this, yeah, let's put all 3 of these here. So no, I'd say this one is dark, that one is light, that one I'd say mid actually, because it's a bit in the middle. It's not as dark as that, it's not as light as that. So you've got dark, light, mid. And it's just an easier way of seeing rather than going to the extreme of taking a photograph, turning it into black and white, etc. And it's really important when you're trying to put together quilt designs, because what can happen otherwise is you can do this beautiful quilt with all these lovely colourful fabrics, and then when you actually look at it, look at the whole pattern from a distance, you'll suddenly realise that the design has disappeared into the colourways, so you can't see it anymore. So I've got to come back to Samantha or Sebastian. We can't forget, can we see him? Hello. So $7.99 for this really cute little funky sheep that is a pincushion. It's a great little gift. It's a great little gift for yourself or for a friend who sews. Or knits, I suppose. Yeah, because if you knit, you might still pin things together. So yeah, definitely. Anything, any crafting that requires pins. Have a look at the website. Have a look at the other kits that are still available. The confetti, I've got to have a go at that. The confetti work, and I'm thinking of making like a confetti dress on a model. I think that would be really fun to do. We're going to do the menu next for tomorrow, but let's have a look and see. And who's with you tomorrow? So Rebecca Reed, yes? Okay, lovely. So, left my glasses over there. So Liberty Chain Needle Case, so that'd be Liberty Fabric, and that's with Sally Ann Harrison. Make your own face coverings, something we all need to do. Japanese origami flower cushion with Sally Ann again, which is great. And then, sewing room tools. Can't have enough of them. And then we finish with the yarn lane. So that's hand-dyed shawl and bolero kits with Emma Price. So do join Rebecca, Sally Ann and Emma. And I'm back on the 18th, I think it's Monday the 18th of January. So I will see you all then. Thank you so much for joining me and being supportive. I've had a real great time here, and I will see you in just a little time. Bye.